Good evening, everyone. Just give us a little patience while we promote to panelists all the members of the committee and central office staff. Thank you.
Good evening, Brian.
Good evening. I would appreciate your help while you're logging in, helping me promote anybody from the school committee or central office to panelists.
All righty.
There's a lot of people on the Zoom and it takes them a while to find them all.
I see Miss Marchant at the bottom.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ellen.
Hello.
Hello. We are just promoting everybody to panelists who should be here, so I welcome all the help I can get.
Hey, Brian. One thing, my computer is restarting, so I might have to switch devices. I
Okay,
apologize for that. For some reason, I couldn't connect.
that's okay.
Thank you.
Brian, anyone that we should be looking for that you're expecting to besides central office and school committee?
For now, just central office and school committee. We will, after we do introductions, after we start and go over the agenda, we'll have 2 people who will then be added.
Great.
We're still missing a number of individuals. There's Dr. Evans.
Zena's back at the bottom.
Thank you.
Mr. Nixon's here under the C's.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Who are we still missing? Karen is not here. Dr. Evans, I've made you a co-host so you can help me find and locate the last of our committee members.
Sounds good. I'll take a look.
Brian, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm trying to log in now with the phone, FYI. So I can see the meeting on the phone. I just haven't been elevated yet on the phone.
What is your, what's the last 4 digits of your telephone number? Wait, you've been elevated twice now, it looks like.
Yep, I've elevated Chris for his
Great.
phone as well as his computer.
So that means I'm
Excellent.
twice as important tonight.
We accidentally got Mr. Kerhayat, so I'm going to attendee. Ms. Bolognese.
I just want to share for the committee and Judy this evening. It's a lot like it was last week for me, moving from point to point. So I'm starting off on a laptop and we'll be on a cell phone in about 30 minutes. But I'll be plugged in for the entirety of this.
Sounds great. Sorry, I was looking. I didn't realize that I should have had the invitation up right in front of me, because then I ended up going back through reams of email to find it.
Are we missing anybody else from central office that I'm not seeing offhand?
Jen, do you see Lori Kirby?
She's on, yep.
No.
It's just Jason who's missing and he's on vacation.
Okay, great.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I think we have everyone here. I would like to call the meeting to order. First, I'm going to go over the agenda for tonight's meeting. Then after that, we'll proceed. The first item on the agenda is a discussion item on the use of Sachem name and logo. The second item on the agenda is public comment. I'll go over what public comment and the timing that we're looking forward to that tonight. Following that, we have a single action item, consideration of changes to the use of Sachem name and logo. The chair report, superintendent report, future agenda items, and next meeting dates, and then we'll be adjourning. With that, we will be starting with the discussion item, the use of the Sachem name and logo, and I will be elevating 2 individuals. I would like to make sure Mr. Nolan, Mr. Tim Nolan, will be elevated. Mr. Nolan, you should be elevated and you should have the ability to unmute yourself and turn on your video. And then I'm going to look for the other. Good evening.
Good evening.
And I'm looking for Mr. One Wolf. Would you remind me his first name?
Mark One Wolf.
Thank you.
He texted me that he is
There's
on.
so many. There's just a lot of people here. So scrolling down, L, M.
Yancey. Mark One Wolf Yancey.
Okay.
It will be under M.
Yeah.
Or not.
He can see me.
I'm sure he is here. It's just that the number of attendees we have means it's.
One Wolf Photography?
Yes.
So it's under O.
It's like the third from the bottom on my list of attendees, Mr. Vernelia.
Okay, it's under One Wolf Photography, you said?
And it's the number 1.
Oh, number one. My apologies. My apologies, Mr. Nolan. I told you this was somewhat cumbersome, but we will.
Brian, I've allowed him to speak, so he can unmute himself if he wishes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So we have invited Mr. Nolan to come speak with us tonight. Mr. Nolan is a resident of Winchester. He is also an alumni, I believe, of the Winchester Public Schools, if I'm not mistaken. He would like to speak with us. He's invited a guest as well. We're affording him 10 to 15 minutes to give whatever he'd like to say and whatever his guest would like to say. After that point, he and his guest will be available for questions or comments from the committee. Mr. Nolan, I will give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My hope tonight is simple. It's just to offer a different path forward. I fully understand that, I have a white privileged lens that I have, lived my life through. And so issues like this, I typically seek education as a way to sort of remedy that and understand. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce Mark One Wolf Yancey. He's from the Native American Guardian Association. He's a member of their board of directors, and he is a Chiricahua Apache. As by way of background, Mark and I and the other leaders of this Naga organization have opened up a conversation over the past several months specific to our team name at Winchester High School and sort of their mission and the series of events that have happened in the town rather quickly. And what I'm excited about most is they're focused on education, where they're introducing a pilot program that they already have set up in a few schools that they're working out, where our high school would partner with a high school on a reservation and share sort of culture, spirituality, history, all through sort of, the preservation of the history in our town rather than sort of the eradication of it. Mark's going to speak more on that. But Mark and his colleagues have seen too many towns that have acted swiftly to eradicate and erase historical names with actually no plan after to introduce any education or any Native support. They can't find one that erased the name and then moved forward with any sort of formal support to any Native organization. So that's what I found alarming about this whole process. And so, Mark, take it away if you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I think I'm unmuted. Can anybody hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes, Mr. One Wolf, we can hear you. We can't see you. If you'd like to turn on your camera, you are not required to do so, however.
How can I turn on the guy? I don't see any options.
On the lower left-hand corner.
Lower left.
Start video, it should say.
A microphone for the lower left, and I don't see any. I'm using Google Chrome, by the way. I don't see any options for the camera.
Do you see a blue square with 3 dots in it in the upper right-hand corner if you hover?
Let's see here, blue square. I see just the, I guess, to expand the screen to like the little 4 arrows pointing together. Let's see, in the upper right-hand corner. And I see you guys' video, kind of like switching back and forth, but I don't see anything for me. I think I broke my camera. I don't know.
Hold on. There's one more thing I need to check that I have. Okay. It's possible that you, so you haven't been promoted to an attendee yet. My apologies.
Okay.
You've been promoted just to, so there you are. Promote to panelist. You should be able to now turn on your video, Mr. One Wolf.
Okay, yes, I can see it now. There we go.
My apologies.
No problem.
Zoom.
All right, so let's see. I gotta allow that to do that. All right, there we go.
Excellent.
All right, there we go. Now we're in business.
Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you all for for inviting me and having me to speak. I'm very honored and humbled to be able to speak on this. It's a very passionate subject of mine to speak on. So just like Tim said, my name is Mark One Wolf Yancey. I'm a Chihine Inde, which means Chiricahua Apache, and this is we are the red paint people, and I'm also a board member of the board of directors of the Native American Guardians Association. So what I'd like to first let people understand is our goal as Native Americans in the country is to listen to the opposition, listen to the people that disagree with us, and understand where they're coming from. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that people aren't offended by the use of Native imagery in sports and in schools and things like that. I'm not going to tell you that because there are and some of those people are my good friends, and we just differ on our approach because we're all concerned about very similar things. There's a lot of things in Native American communities, such as the high school dropout rates and drugs and alcohol, things that people associate with the Native American or stereotypes and things like that with our identity. Native American in the United States is the least represented minority. We are the smallest minority, so we don't get a lot of airtime, so to speak, in the public eye. So with the Native American images and things like that in sports and Americans have a deep, we as Americans have a deep love for our sports and things like that. This is where we start building our communities and our identities as children. When we're in high school and we become part of a tribe, if you will. These are the things that we feel that Native American imagery is good to cultivate, because Native American people are communal people and things like that. And what people teach in the schools, and this is not the first time I've come and spoke and been invited to a school to speak, but what you teach your children about, this logo and this image and everything like about pride and respect and very good qualities of just being a good human being. I think that reflects a lot on my ancestors and things like that. Not to sound not humble or anything like that, but I was raised on Native American principles of inclusion and things. And so to hear people saying that Native American imagery in sports and things is a non-inclusive thing, I'm just curious about, like, how do you arrive at that that conclusion? So I sought out and spoke with people in my community that disagreed with my stance, and I believe that Native American imagery can be used as an opportunity for educational purposes. So we have similar focuses, because I don't think that negative stereotypes should be perpetuated in societies, and I think that a lot of stereotypes and things like that come from ignorance and misinformation and no education. So if we want to solve this problem of ignorance, then we need to infuse education to solve these problems, and to take away the logo and the name and everything like that. It really doesn't solve anything, because there's no education put in place. And we have seen that time and time again, where schools have chosen to retire the names and images and things. And I just see them, and Naga sees them as missed opportunities for education and cultural sharing and things like that. Things that truly will break down stereotypes, things that truly will diminish prejudices and things like that we've developed because we're isolated. We want to bring people together to to reduce these things, to reduce the cause of these problems. And prejudices and racism and things like that are caused by isolation and misconceptions and things like that. So by bringing people together and having, and Tim spoke a bit about our pilot program with the I call the sister school program or the partner school program. The idea behind that is not just to get administrators and teachers together to develop a curriculum that would be good for the benefit of everybody involved, so all students from the reservation all the way to your communities, but also to have peer-to-peer learning. And this truly, I believe, because, you know, whatever we do as Native Americans, we're always thinking about the future. We're always thinking about several generations ahead, the seventh generation, if you're familiar with that concept. So what I'm trying to help in facilitate now has nothing to do with me, has nothing to do with immediate now. I'm thinking in the future, several generations. How do we protect our children from prejudices, from racism, from misconceptions, from these stereotypes and things like that? We do this by educating people, by putting people together and facilitating these relationships and stuff like that. Because what I've found, and what we found is as a team in Naga, is when we go to these towns like yours that have these Native images and logos, you guys are like the least the people to be least prejudiced against Native Americans. I think what we found is a lot of people have an affinity or almost a hunger to want to learn more about Native education, our Native history, Native culture, and understand the people. And you can't do that through just a logo. So I'm not proposing to keep the status quo. What I'm proposing and what Naga is proposing is that if you decide to keep your logo, make it useful, make it the Sachem name, for example, is a Native American word. We're called Indians, we're called chiefs, we're called all these other sort of translated words and things like that. I can't imagine a more perfect way to honor people than to use their own, to use their own language, the Algonquin language, to honor people. And again, not everybody's going to agree, but what we're trying to do is give you guys some alternatives to a solution, because I think the solution really lies not in censorship, but in education.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. One Wolf. I wasn't cutting you off. Are you still going? Or are you?
Yeah, no, I was finished. I didn't want to go on too long because I didn't know how much time. I could literally go on for hours. I kid you not.
I think the meeting may go on for hours, so I appreciate your brevity, indeed. Thank you very much. If I could return it to Mr. Nolan, if you have anything you want to conclude on that before I open up both you and Mr. One Wolf to questions from the committee.
Yeah, I think what I've learned most from the Naga organization is when they've done studies in towns that have sort of removed their logo, and they find it alarming that nothing happened to institute any education or initiate any support for a Native network, and it actually caused a bit of resentment and divisiveness in the town, and almost caused more resentment toward natives, because some people in the town believe that this is a sort of this is being led by natives, and so I think that the misconceptions and divisiveness that they've seen happen in other towns, I would hate to see happen in Winchester without sort of more of a discussion and more of an analysis, and partnering with more organizations like Naga to sort of explore what can be done, rather than just a sort of a Zoom last week, a Zoom this week, and swift removal. That to me seems like a complete injustice to the town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nolan. Thank you, Mr. One Wolf. Just as a note, I know that we have Jason Levine trying to get in. Karen, if you could help him be elevated. I would ask the committee if they have any questions of Mr. Nolan or Mr. One Wolf.
Can I jump in, Brian?
Yes, Mr. Nixon.
So, Mr. Nolan, welcome and thank you for taking some time to be with us tonight. I guess I have maybe a comment and a couple of quick questions for you. You said something in your opening remarks that I share, or a sentiment that I share, and that is concern about eradication or erasure. So I don't know if you were able to watch last week's school committee meeting or if you caught it on WinCam. This is something that I hope we can talk more about tonight. For my part, I did not get a sense that the school committee seeks to erase, or eradicate, to use your word, the image or the logo, but rather we recognize that this is a moment in our history, and because we've used, in particular, this logo since 1977, it is a part of our history. So I wouldn't say that we resolved anything last week, but it's a point that has been raised by members of the community, including some who identify as American Indian and have in particular spoken out to say it should not be erased. So I really respect and I appreciate that. And I think that any decision, if the school committee should make one tonight, it seems to me it's going to be about what we do today and moving forward. And an ongoing conversation needs to be, so how do we sort of recognize our past? And I think that kind of dovetails with Mr. One Wolf's comments about education. And at the last school committee meeting, and at some point maybe later tonight, the superintendent or Mr. Levine can chime in, we have had some discussions in recognition for further development in our curriculum to speak to some of the very issues that our guest spoke to tonight. I suppose, Tim, the only question I would have for you would be if you were able to listen in to the meeting last week or catch the rerun, and you may not have. Was there anything that was presented to the committee by our featured speakers that you take exception to from a factual basis? Do you feel like the school committee was presented with any misinformation? Because if that's the case, I'd like to know about that.
I wasn't able to fully watch the replay, Chris, to be honest with you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Ms. Marchant, and as a point of note, I misspoke when I said Mr. Levine. He is not trying to get in. He is indeed on vacation. I misread an email quickly that was coming through, and I did not want to leave him locked out. Ms. Marchant.
Thank you, Brian. It's Mr. One Wolf, correct? I don't want to say incorrect.
You can call me Mark.
Okay, thank you. I'm Zena. Nice to meet you. I really appreciate your time. This is not an easy issue for anyone. I want to go back to a statement you made just a little bit ago, and then a statement we received via email about your organization. First of all, you said that I believe you said that all natives are referred to as chiefs and Sakums. Isn't it in fact that chiefs and Sakums are reserved for people who receive that honor within the tribe?
Oh no, I think you misheard me, because I'm sure I didn't say that, because the what I was trying to say is the word chief and Sakum or Sachem, however you choose to pronounce it, these are titles that are within the group. So it's not really a racial thing to say, oh well, we're going to refer to somebody as a chief or refer to somebody as a Sachem, or even as a redskin, for example. Redskins were warriors. It wasn't a racial identifier. It was a position in the warrior clan. The warrior clan of the Algonquins were called redskins, and that's how they were referred. Okay. So yeah, So no, I didn't say that that all natives are referred to as chiefs or sachems or whatever. They were, that was definitely misunderstood.
So the Massachusetts tribe Sagamore is with us today, and he'll correct us. But the word is not Sachem; it's actually Sakum, according to the tribe that we're referring to. Just okay, so that the audience is clear on that. It is Sakum, but we say it as Sachem. Is there a line that your organization draws on when a logo, a mascot becomes a caricature and is offensive? Because from my own understanding, the I can't even say it because so many people have told me how bad it is. The R word, as I refer to it, is as bad as the N word. And so it was a word that was given at a time when people were hunting Native Americans and talking about them as if they had that skin color. So there may be a lot of misinformation, but to me, I would like to understand that you've just told us how different. It's not a monolith. Native Americans are not a monolith, so not everybody's going to agree. But do you personally draw a line at any of the logos or mascots and feel that they are stereotyping, caricaturizing Native Americans in general?
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things of NAGA. So our motto is educate, not eradicate, but it's also educate, modify. There were literally close to 1,500 tribes in the United States at one point, 500 years ago. Right now, the federal government only recognizes about 570 some odd tribes. There are still so many that are trying to earn or fight for federal recognition and recognition. Some are state recognized and some aren't, that kind of thing. But we're talking about different cultures, different languages and stuff. You know, that we have to, you know, is a huge diversity. The difference between an Algonquin and an Apache is as different as, you know, in English and a Japanese, you know, in terms of culture and things like that. Like, we're all red people. We're all from, you know, the red earth, and you know, we have our origin stories and things like that. But an Apache and an Algonquin, a Sioux, a Blackfoot, a Navajo, we're all, it is important to understand that we're not all a homogenous society. So we do have different opinions and things like that. So what we try to do in NAGA is we would love to have, if a school is in an Eastern Woodlands or an area, we'd love them to modify their logo, because a lot of people choose the Plains Indian, like the headdress, feather headdress kind of thing like that. And if you want to honor Indians of your locale, then you have to know the people that you're honoring. You can't honor a Blackfoot Indian logo or whatever and be in an Algonquin, you know, area and say, hey, we're honoring Algonquins, because you're not. So in terms of that, we would love to try to, you know, help modify and things. And there are lines that we have personally, because everybody's offended by something, you know, and it's a personal choice to be offended. I particularly don't like the Cleveland Indians old logo with the Chief Wahoo or whatever. But I have good friends who are Native Americans living on the reservation, and they love Chief Wahoo. So who am I to tell them that they're wrong or whatever for liking Chief Wahoo? I just don't buy the gear. I just don't support it in that way. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously lines.
So our logo, I'm not sure if you know the full extent of it. Our logo represents an Indian plains, a plains Indian, and the sachem refers to a leader from the local tribe who was also a woman. So that there is a lot of misinformation around that. I just want to be clear that our logo does not represent the sachem.
Right.
The logo has that name, but it's not quite accurate.
Right.
The other thing I wanted to get.
Can I say something? Can I say something on that? Because I think I was in a conversation with some people from your community, and I had recommended. I said, hey, wouldn't it be lovely to alter that logo to honor that woman? I mean, the Apache people. I'm an Apache, and we revere our women. Our women, you know. Our society is a matrilineal society, so we go with our mothers, people. So the women, I mean, people think that Natives didn't revere their women. Women had rights to vote. Oh my gosh, women had rights to whether we went to war and everything like that. The United States is 200 years behind in terms of that. They didn't get rights until the Civil Rights Movement and all that kind of stuff. You know, you guys didn't get rights until the Civil Rights Movement had passed, but the Native Americans had done that for centuries before. And so it would be an incredible thing to have a female, that female Sachem, because or Sachem, because she was if I understand the history properly, she was something else. She was somebody that deserves that honor. So I would wholeheartedly, if you guys want to modify anything, that's how I would suggest modify. I mean, I'm not part of your town or anything, or even an Algonquin, but that would be my suggestion, or to modify. I would modify that logo to represent the people, not the Plains Indians. No offense to the Plains Indians,
That's what we're trying. The other one, I wanted to read a sentence from an email we received, actually from Mr. Nolan. The mission of your pilot partnership school program is to enlighten Native students beyond the borders of the reservations and to expand on our already existing Native tradition in town to educate our students. I have a problem with that because it seems to imply that your schools or your partnerships are going to it feels like the old way of forcing Native Americans to integrate within society. So I don't know if it was mistyped or something, but can you speak to that mission piece?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to do it. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak more on that, because this is a baby of mine. I went to a high school where we had a sister school program with a school in Japan, and the way that we were able to communicate with the Japanese students, and they were able to communicate with us on a peer-to-peer level. We learned a lot about Japanese pop culture, and they learned a lot about American pop culture. So it's a two-way street. I want that to be 100% clear, that it's supposed to be a two-way street. The Native American kids on the reservations, the Native American, let me back up for a second. Native American community in general, we live sort of a dual life. We live as Americans and we live as natives. And so we have to understand our traditions and understand our cultures and things like that, and try to preserve those things. But not all Native Americans are living on reservations, not interested in what's going on outside the reservations. And so we've talked to Native American schools. We have 2 schools right now that are very interested in this program because they want, and these are Native American schools on the reservation, by the way, they want the opportunity for their children to see how other kids in the United States live. It's almost like a foreign exchange program kind of thing with people right here in the United States, because there are things that are happening on the reservation, traditions. Like, for example, one of my good friends is a Navajo, and they had Miss Navajo, and they have so I'm like, what, you guys have beauty contests or whatever? He says, yeah, but it's a little different. So one of the contests, one of the sections of the contest, they don't have the swimsuit contest or anything. They got a sheep butchering section of the contest, which is completely different than any kind of pageant I've ever seen or anything like that. But it was such a wonderful way that the Navajo people chose to celebrate their women and celebrate, because women are the ones who do all the work. The Navajos and the Apaches are very similar. We're like cousins, and so we revere our women, and the women are basically the ones who set all the rules and stuff like that, and so it's just a difference in difference in culture, to be able to share that culture and to be able to tell your own story. So we're talking about Native kids talking to non-Native kids and telling who they are and what they're about. That's empowering, and it's something that I feel will bring hope back to many of the Native Americans who've lost hope. We have a 70% high school dropout rate amongst our community, and we have suicide is very high in our community and things. It's a hopelessness, and so if you look at, a good friend of mine lives on Pine Ridge Reservation, and Pine Ridge Reservation is one of the poorest districts in all of the United States. People are living there. They have dirt floors, no running water, that kind of stuff. And this is America. This is the United States. I served in the military, and I've been all over the world to Somalia, to the Persian Gulf, to all over the Far East and everything like that. And I've seen places over in third world countries that literally are in much better shape than Pine Ridge, in sections of Pine Ridge. So, not necessarily to say that we have a lot of issues that we have to address and things like that, but I think it's better for the kids or for the people to tell their own stories, to have that control of information. Who are the Sioux people? Who are the Algonquin people? Who are the Apache people? There shouldn't be a case where you have some, for lack of a better term, some white professor or non-native professor teaching about who we are. We should teach our own stories, and I think that empowering young Native youth to do that, as well as empowering the youth of your community to be the ambassadors, I think it's a win-win.
Thank you, Mark. Does the committee have any additional questions, Ms. Bergstrom? Yes, Ms. Bergstrom.
To follow up and clarify on something Ms. Marchant had asked. So what I hear you saying is that even NAGA wouldn't support the image of that the Winchester High School is currently using, because you say that you want towns and communities to reflect the Native communities in their own areas. So even the image we're using is still inappropriate. And I also heard you say that you think it's important for students both that are Native and non-Native to learn about Native American history, culture, and how Native communities are seen in the present. And my experience is that I spent a lot of time as an educator in Washington State, where there are over 29 federally recognized tribes, many of whom are still living on reservations. And I believe the approach that Washington State has taken is to actually partner with those tribes in their area to develop education and collaboration, so that it's coming from the people in the community of their area. So would you agree that us seeking the opinion of our local Massa Hoyt tribe would be appropriate in our approach going forward? So 2 questions. Do you still find our logo inappropriate because it does not match the area? And do you not value the opinion of our own local Native communities?
Let me start with the second question first. I'll say, I mean, I absolutely value the opinions of every Native American. I mean, it's in our principles that we have to hear from all sides. We have to listen to learn and understand, and so that's the purpose. So I encourage dialogue, and I would love to listen and hear more from the local natives there. I'm not here to speak over anybody. I'm here to add to the conversation. And so, I think that's a very important distinction. And I believe that it is important. And we always, as the Native American Guardians Association, we always encourage local interaction and local tribal input, because when you learn about the people, you want to start with the people of your location first, and the best people to teach you about the people in your location are those people. But going to your logo,
Mark, doesn't the Plains Indian have the headdress? Can you just speak to that?
Yeah. So the Plains Indian is typically has a headdress or something like that. I mean, we're talking stereotypically.
Right. So ours doesn't have a headdress.
So when I look at your logo, I don't necessarily see a Plains Indian. I don't necessarily see that. To me, it's a very I want to say conceptualized. It's a unique logo. Most logos I've seen either have the feather headdress or or something sort of Hollywood-esque kind of stereotypical. But your logo, when I first saw it, I couldn't distinguish if there, was it Eastern Woodlands or was it, it's a very unique logo. I would certainly say if there's room to modify anything, and if that's something that the local tribe would want, I would say, hey, why not? Why not modify that to represent the local people or to be more definitive? One thing I'll tell you about the Redskins, there was a Native American that had gone to that team, and he went to that team to help them understand or help them have a better idea on how to honor Native Americans, and he presented them with the logo that they recently retired. But that logo was designed by Native Americans, to represent how we, how we instead of having like an R with a circle on it or something like that, he said if you want to honor Indians, you put an Indian on the side of that helmet. Because I'll tell you, as a Native American, and as not somebody who's speaking for anybody else, but somebody who I know other people, other Native Americans all across the country. Naga is made up of intertribal mix of Native Americans from Navajos to Sioux, Arapaho, Kiowa, Comanche. We have a bunch of different people from all across the country, and we echo the same thing. When we see those logos and we see towns who are rallying around these logos and preserving Native American heritage and culture through these logos, it's a proud moment for us. And so I believe that it's important to we've gone to schools where they had like a tomahawk or an arrowhead or something like that. I think what we see as honor is when you can look at that logo and say, this is about us. This is about Native America. Anybody can have a tomahawk or an arrowhead, but I don't inherently find anything offensive about your logo. But I said if there's something that can be changed, and because I don't think the status quo is acceptable. I think the status quo that we have to move forward and we have to create opportunities for education and things like that to future-proof anything. So when people come to you and say, hey, look, this is not really honor, I think it would be a harder sell to say it's not really honoring Native Americans when you have Native American educators and historians collaborating with your school district to create educational opportunities and things like that. And when you have children benefiting on both sides of that, of that relationship benefiting, nobody who's going to attack that. I mean, that's, I would love to see a national educational curriculum, a requirement for high school graduates to know about Native American, to know American history from the Native American perspective, as well as from the typical Native or typical American perspective, because our children would be so benefited. They would be so smart to learn history from both sides, because the closest truth you're going to find.
I don't disagree that education is definitely a goal and a value that we all share. I think there are many parts of our curriculum that could use more depth and more perspectives than we currently have nationwide. But I happen to have a letter from our local tribe actually urging us not to use the name and logo. So I'm curious how you would respond to that.
Well, I would love to have a deeper conversation about that, and to at least express our. I will tell you this: Naga's approach is unique. It's not something that people mostly think about. Either people just say keep it and do nothing, or take it away and do nothing. But Naga's approach is keep it and make something out of it. And maybe, and I'll tell you why some people don't, some people will disagree with me. and they've told me, because they don't have faith in the American people to do the right thing, to create that that option or that educational opportunity. And in my travels and experience with Naga over the last year and a half, I see the fire in the people of the community. I don't see racist. I don't see racists at all. I see people who really want to do the right thing and who really want to preserve our collective heritage. If we look at Native America, if we look at sports in general, I mean that's a huge American culture thing. One of the greatest athletes of all time is Jim Thorpe. I mean, hands down, nobody even questions that. Jim Thorpe was a Native American. He and his a group of Carlisle Indians shaped the American football the way we play it today. And that legacy is not being perpetuated. It's being lost. Like, people don't even realize that they're playing Indian football on the field every Sunday. And I have a good friend. He's a Cherokee Indian. He belongs to an old coaching fraternity that was started by Jim Thorpe. And I didn't even know it still existed until a couple of weeks ago when he came and approached me. And it's, we have very what do you call it? We love our sports, and to have Native America involved in that, because Native America is part of American culture. I mean, we can't. There's no two ways about it. America landed on us, and so now we have a collective culture, and this is one way that we as Native Americans share in the love of American culture, is through sports. And so, that's why it's fitting, and that's why I see it as fitting to use Native American imagery in sports. It's a sad thing to say, though, that this is the only representation that we get, because if you look at the TV, you turn on the TV, you don't see very many Native American actors, you don't see very many movies about modern Native Americans, and we want to change that. We want to change that. So we want to use these opportunities for education, these opportunities to bring awareness and create platforms that Native people and American people, because we can't get anything done by ourselves. Everything that's good that's come out of the United States have always been done together in unity. So what we see at NAGA, when we're trying to put you guys together with Native American communities, we're trying to mesh something good. When our opposition comes in,
Appreciate that.
they try to take something away, and it's just done. And I think it's just a sad missed opportunity.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Ms. Bergstrom. Are there any additional questions from the committee? So, Mr. Nolan and Mark Onewolf, I really appreciate you coming tonight to present to the committee. As you're aware, we're going to move on after this into the public comment sessions portion of the committee meeting. You're both welcome, of course, to stay in, but you're both going to be returned back to being attendees. And I would like to thank you again very much, both of you.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to the public comment portion of the meeting. Before we begin public comment, I'd like to remind everyone that public comment is a chance for members of the public to express their opinions on matters under the jurisdiction of the committee. It is not a dialogue, and the committee is under no obligation to respond to comments. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, and we'd like to be able to hear from residents of all sides of any issue. In a moment, I'm going to lower all hands and then allow you all to raise your digital hands if you'd like to be recognized for comment. We will attempt to recognize multiple attendees at the same time if they're speaking together. Last week, during our meeting, we allowed every person who raised their hand an opportunity to speak during public comment. As always, after public comment is over, we no longer recognize raised hands. Ms. Bolognese will let me know if you have reached 3 minutes, and then I will allow you a sentence or two to complete your thoughts. No one will be cut off in the middle of a sentence. I'd also like to thank all the members of the community who have reached out to us via email. While we try to respond to each and every email, especially in the days and hours before a meeting, we sometimes fall behind. I am hopelessly behind as of now, and I ask for your forgiveness. However, I read every single email you send to me. Before we open public comment formally, I'd like to ask the committee support allowing 2 individuals to speak at the beginning of public comment, still under the limitations of public comment, again, 3 minutes per person. The first is Senator Jason Lewis. The second is Ferries Gray, Sagamore of the Massachusetts Tribe. I'd like to, do I have the committee's permission to and allow those 2 one at a time to jump ahead in public comment?
Mr. Rinaldi, can I ask if there are any other members of Massachusetts federally recognized tribes here with us today? Because I think if the committee will allow, I would like to prioritize them in speaking as well.
There may well be additional members of tribes here present, and I would like to make sure we get to every single person who would like to speak. I would want to make sure that we also hear from all the people, the residents of Winchester as well. I would prefer to allow Senator Lewis and Sagamore Gray first, and then if there's an individual that you feel is necessary to elevate in particular, we can do that as opposed to a blanket of inviting anybody before we allow the public to speak. Is that acceptable to the committee? So with that, hold on. I'm going to allow to talk. It looks out I have to elevate Mr. Lewis, Senator Lewis, to be a panelist because he's not able to be elevated just to being a attendee. Senator Lewis, if you could state your name and address, and then you can proceed with the public comment.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Chair Vinaglia. State Senator Jason Lewis. I live at 61 Church Street in Winchester. I appreciate this opportunity to address the committee and our community. And I want to start by thanking all the members of our school committee for your efforts on behalf of Winchester students, educators, and families, particularly in this very challenging time that we are all living through. I know we are all rightly proud of our strong public school system. However, something that I know many of us are not proud of is the continued use of the Sachem mascot for our sports teams, or has been noted this evening, Sockham, as it would have been pronounced by the tribes that historically lived in this region. Tonight, speaking both as Winchester's state senator and as a Winchester resident and parent, I would like to urge you to vote to finally replace the Sachem mascot. In the state legislature, I'm proud to be the lead sponsor of a bill to redesign our current state seal and flag. The imagery on our seal has long been viewed by Native people and others as racist, symbolizing white supremacy and ethnic cleansing perpetrated against the indigenous peoples of this region. I'm very happy to report that this bill was actually debated and passed unanimously by the state Senate earlier today and is now headed to the Massachusetts House of Representatives. I'm also proud to be a co-sponsor of a second bill that would prohibit the use of Native mascots by Massachusetts high schools and sports teams. Other states like Maine have already passed similar legislation. The National Congress of American Indians, the oldest and largest organization representing tribal nations and peoples, has clearly stated, and I will quote, "The use of Native American sports mascots, logos, or symbols perpetuates stereotypes of American Indians that are very harmful. The warrior savage myth has plagued this country's relationships with the Indian people, as it reinforces the racist view that Indians are uncivilized and uneducated, and it has been used to justify policies of forced assimilation and destruction of Indian culture," end quote. NCAI has been leading a movement to end the use of native mascots for the past 50 years. And I believe we are honored this evening to have NCAI Vice Chairman Aaron Payment joining us for this meeting. And if so, I look forward to hearing him speak. I also want to recognize and thank Ferris Gray, Sagamore of the Massachusetts tribe, who I have enormous respect for and who will be speaking, I know, momentarily. Winchester should not wait for legislation to pass on Beacon Hill before acting to replace the Sachem mascot. Let's take this important step for racial justice proactively, rather than being forced by the state to do the right thing. Finally, on a personal level, I'm the father of 2 daughters, one a rising senior at Winchester High School and the other a recent graduate, both of whom are active in the campaign to replace the Sachem mascot. I am enormously proud of their advocacy for social justice. I am also enormously proud of my wife, Susan, and her work with the Network for Social Justice. With your vote, hopefully tonight, to replace the Sachem mascot, we will all be proud of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. I appreciate you taking your time out of getting all the last minute bills through the Senate to come speak with us. Really appreciate it. And with that, I'm going to return you to a role as attendee. Next, we are also going to acknowledge and raise Ferris Gray, Sagamore of the Massachusetts tribe. I think I promoted you, and if you'd be willing to state your name and address, and we would be happy to welcome you to our meeting.
Hello, my name is Ferris Gray. I am the Sagamore of the Massachusetts tribe, and that translates to basically war chief. I live in 11 Kane Street in Brockton, Massachusetts. I'm honored to be here, and thank you for having me here. I just want to applaud all of you for having this discussion. It means a lot to us, and we're very happy to be a part of this discussion. Just wanted to touch on a few points about Winchester and the area you're at. We are not Algonquin. Algonquins are a tribe in Canada who the French encountered, and they realized that we all spoke with the same tongue, so they called us all Algonquin-speaking people, but we are not Algonquin. We are the Massachusetts. The Commonwealth took our name. Now, Winchester's mascot might not be the worst mascot out there, but it is our tribe's statement that, you know, all Native Indigenous mascots have to go. All nicknames have to go. And this is because it establishes a culture which is really negative to all children, especially to Indigenous children. Me being one of them who grew up with a school that had an Indigenous mascot, and that was my first experience with very hurtful. Now, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but the Sachem, as it's pronounced, it's not Sachem, it's Sachem, referred to as Squaw Sachem, who was an awesome leader. People are concerned about erasure, but how much education has come out of the mascot thus far in Winchester about the Massachusetts tribe? I'm not sure, but I can only guess that very little has been taught, even with the Indigenous mascot. So I'm not sure how removing it would erase the Massachusetts tribe when we pretty much have already been erased from the curriculum in Winchester and other communities. Why use a mascot, an Indigenous mascot? If the people are still here, you wish to honor the Indigenous people of this area, all you have to do is reach out to us. I can tell you firsthand, one way to honor all Indigenous people is to honor the earth and to honor each other. That's the best way if you wish to honor us, not with imagery. And in order to understand how the Indigenous feel about these mascots, you have to understand the history of this country and what happened to us. We were colonized and assimilated. We make the comparison quite often to the similarities between what Hitler did and what the colonists did. The one difference is Hitler was stopped and the colonists were not. We were murdered. Our homes were taken away. Our religion was forbidden. Our language was forbidden. Our men were taken out of our villages. placed in prison camps. We were herded on plantations at the time before you had reservations, so we could be easily controlled. And then we were assimilated into a culture that we did not ask to be assimilated into. And pretty much everything about our culture was forbidden. And so after all that happened, now we have today mascots. And we view this as like a trophy of our colonizers, of our ancestors. Now, within the Massachusetts traditional territory, we have many indigenous mascots. And my tribe feels that all these mascots represent the Massachusetts tribe. And all of them are inaccurate. The Massachusetts tribe were known primarily warriors. We were fishermen and agriculturalists. That's what we did. We had vast planting fields. We grew crops. And I have yet to see a mascot that that shows this about the Massachusetts tribe. And so we have to be very clear to all the committees, and we are getting overwhelmed with all the committee meetings, school committee meetings that we're part of now with this discussion. We have to be very clear that we do not support it. We don't wish to have negative relationships with these towns and cities that have indigenous mascots. We wish to establish positive relationships, but in order for that to happen, we need to get rid of the indigenous mascots and the nicknames. And then we can move on to a more positive relationship where perhaps we can set up a curriculum, information about the local tribes and what we meant to the formation of this country, which our contributions were huge. And so while other indigenous people may see this as an erasure, we see this as a beginning, healing process that is well overdue for the indigenous community and for also the descendants of the colonists as well. I think we all need to heal, and this is a beginning for that. And so we really ask the school committee to vote to get rid of the indigenous mascots and the nicknames to show some honor for us, the Massachusetts tribe, the very least, but all indigenous people. And I like to add that in the New England area, you would be hard pressed to find any indigenous tribe, group, or person that does not support the removal of indigenous mascots. Here in the Northeast, where we've experienced over 400 years of this colonization, it runs deep with us. We've all been assimilated, and we have all lost our culture and our languages, and we're fighting to get these things back. And we believe now is the time where we can reach out to these committees, to these towns and these cities, where they're finally ready to listen, that we find these mascots and nicknames extremely harmful to us, and especially our children as well, all children. It does create an environment and a culture of racism, and that definitely should not be acceptable in the school setting. And I speak that on personal experience. So I would like to thank all of you for the time that you have allowed me to speak, and also for keeping an open mind. It is much appreciated, so thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, and I know you're a very busy man. I appreciate you coming out. With that, I'm going to return you to the attendees. Of course, you're welcome to stay in our meeting. Ms. Marchant, I see your hand raised.
Can I just ask that we call, we've heard the National Congress of American Indians mentioned several times, and we are honored today to have their first vice chairman, Dr. Aaron Payment, and I would ask that he speak next, please. And after that, we have another, Tobias Vanderhoop is also a part of a tribe and a nationally recognized tribe, and I ask that he be after Dr. Payment, please.
So I just want to make sure that we get to all of the Winchester residents who would like to speak. I would be happy to acknowledge those two individuals. Are there additional individuals that the committee would like to prioritize? Seeing no, we will go to Dr. Payment. Dr. Payment, you should be able to speak. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address, and welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Very well. Thank you very much.
I don't see a video. Is there a way you could turn the video on?
There is no, you should be able to see our video.
Okay. I'm fine. All right, ani biwaka jang edition akas makwa magizi dorum Awating and Donchaba, Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Odawa, Ottawassani, and Dow. I want to recognize my spirit name is Biwakajig. I also want to recognize and give respect to the local tribe because while I'm not on your territory right now, our tradition is to give honor and respect to the local tribe. I also want to make it very clear at the beginning that I stand with the local tribe. Them is to respect them, and they've given you very clearly their position. I'll tell you that I'm also here with a level of authority. I'm an elected official. We are the only individuals who can speak on behalf of our individual tribal nation. Across the country, you have tribes all across the country that are elected to represent their people. Individual people, their opinion is important, but they don't speak on behalf of their nations. We do have resolutions of approval at the United Tribes of Michigan level, for which I'm the president, the Midwest Alliance of Sovereign Tribes, that's a state region of which I'm the president, and the first vice president of the National Congress of American Indians, all calling for the discontinued use of derogatory and racist mascots. Earlier, you heard from an individual from an organization that is not reputable in the eyes of federally recognized tribes. We our people, they do not speak for us. It's offensive that they would attempt to or insinuate that, and it's a little offensive that you would look to them as an expert to speak on this issue. I could provide you a in-service and continuing education credits have been articulated. I served on the Every Student Succeeds Act negotiated rulemaking team, so I am an expert. I also have a doctorate in education, a master's in education specialist, and a master's in education administration. So I come to you with some specific expertise. And it's offensive that a group that is not a federally recognized tribe was given the floor to express the Indian people on this issue. They do not speak for Indian people, so please put that in context. I want to say real quickly that as educators, I also am a former school board president and a school board member, so I know what you guys are dealing with, what you're wrestling with. And as you have a responsibility, as does your superintendent and your principal, to follow the Interstate Leadership Licensing Consortium guidelines that say that you are to provide a safe and culturally appropriate environment for all children to learn. The American Psychological Association in 2009 came up with a recommendation which was to abandon and to retire Indian mascots because of the psychological damage that they do on Indian children, but also the disservice to non-Indian children by perpetuating negative stereotypes. The use of the R word and the excuse that was provided earlier that it's not offensive, the origination of the word was from Minnesota, and it was a bounty on American Indian scalps. The color red comes from their bloody scalps. Native women and children where a bounty was offered. That's the first origin, according to Congresswoman Betty McCollum and the Senate Indian Affairs Committee hearing for which I got to testify at the same time. So don't let anybody tell you that the R word is not offensive. It originates from the bloodied scalp of American Indian women and children. Real quickly, and I'm wrapping up, I know I don't have a lot of time. I won't have any questions after today, and I'm gonna write up a summary for you as well that will have some citations in it as well. But I wanna say that some people say that this is a part of our history, that why is it so offensive? You know, when we look back on this time and we recognize that we allowed this to happen as long as it did, then each one of you has to look at what your role was in history, in either moving in the right direction or not moving forward. There was a time when people said that segregation was in the best interest of Black children and people of color. And you know what? We can look back 50 years ago and we can know that those were racist arguments or they were ignorant arguments. You know, if ignorant, they don't know better, then you have to, God bless them, you know, but when we know better, we have to do better, and that's a responsibility. Two other real things is we're not minorities. We do have some of the same disadvantages as ethnic minorities, but we're citizens of tribes. And so on our own behalf, and it's offensive to relegate us in any way. Finally, on the mention that you should have some kind of curriculum that encourages children to bear the weight of having to justify why this mascot issue is appropriate, that demonstrates a complete lack of ignorance of what educators are supposed to do and what your role and responsibility is. The example, would you ask an African-American little girl to explain why she has an afro and why some people straighten their hair and why some people don't straighten their hair. You put the weight of that and the whole weight of her people on that little girl. So that's inappropriate. Finally, that I said pretty much what I wanted to say. I don't know if questions for me at this point, but you have an opportunity to be a part of history, to move in the right direction. National Native organizations that are verified members of tribes or part of those organizations have called for the end of this and to just, one final word. So at the Cincinnati High School, they had the R word. 3 years ago, I attended their session. I got to testify for 3 minutes, which I traveled 9 hours, and I traveled back 9 hours. And I had to listen to all of the racist comments disguised as what for Indians, what Indians should have in their place. And it was disgusting to me. I had to drive home after 9 hours after speaking for 3 minutes. I had to watch a mother and a child have to endure that. You know, you may not know it because you may not come in contact with those people in your district, but there are young children that are damaged by this experience, that are hurt by this experience, and you have as much of a responsibility to them as you do to your booster clubs and the people that raise money that have a lot of influence. But your primary responsibility is to provide a safe, culturally appropriate environment for all children to learn. Thank you. Switch.
Thank you, Dr. Payment. I appreciate your time, and I'm going to disable talking. I'd like to make a point of clarification for the committee. As with last week when we invited the Network for Social Justice to come and present, we did not vet who they would bring. They were welcome to bring whoever they chose to bring to present to our committee. This week we invited a resident and alum to present to us. We did not vet who he chose to bring. It is his choice to bring whoever he wanted, just like it was for the Network for Social Justice. So I wanted to make that very clear. Ms. Marchant or Ms. Bergstrom, you had someone else. I want to try to find them.
Tobias Vanderhoop.
Yes.
He's listed. There he is.
There he is.
Mr. Vanderhoop, welcome. Please state your name and address. And I would like to ask, if possible, to try to limit it to 3 minutes. I realize you have a lot to say, but we would like to move it forward as fast as much as we can in the committee meeting tonight. Thank you very much.
Understood. Waninakan, Nadasois Tobias Vanderhoop, Nutomas Achnahat at Napiat, Nuwampanais Kitomp. Good evening. My name is Tobias Vanderhoop, a member of the Wampanoag tribe of Gayhead Aquina from the island of Martha's Vineyard. However, I want to acknowledge Sonkim Ferris and the Massachusetts people. I actually was born and raised in Massachusetts territory. Of course, that is exactly the territory that Winchester is placed in. I am speaking to you tonight from the Haida Nation Reserve in British Columbia, Canada, where I am currently staying. But I thought that it was very important for me to speak on this issue back at home. And once again, I thank the Massachusetts people for allowing me to be able to speak on an issue in their territory, because that is the right way to approach this. When I think about Indian mascots, the first thing that I question is, does this represent the people of the land? And the most important voice that you could have possibly heard on this issue, you've already heard tonight. And that is from the Sonkim himself, who is telling you it does not represent his people or him. The next thing I wonder is, what does it teach the people who are celebrating it? Does it teach them that the natives of the land are good leaders? Does it teach them that they're still here? Does it teach them that they were great providers for their communities? Does it teach them that they were expert diplomats? Does it teach them that they were the caretakers of the land that you sit on for thousands of years? If you can't say that this imagery represents those things and the people of the land are telling you that it does not, then I urge you to listen to the people of the land, listen to the Massachusetts. And finally, just a personal note. I told you I grew up and was born and raised in Massachusetts territory. So many of these images across the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, including on the flag, which I'm so pleased to know that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, maybe that image will be gone too. But they look at these images and they compare it to our faces, to our children's faces. If we don't look like this image, our heritage, our being, the knowledge of where our bones and blood comes from in the land is questioned. If the imagery does not represent the people, then the most important vote that you can cast tonight would be to stand with the people of the land, stand with the Massachusetts, and vote to retire the logo. Katabatanamu, thank you all very much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you taking your time. Ms. Marchant, I see a question.
I really deeply apologize. I misspoke. There are actually 2 additional dignitaries. I did not note them, and I would really please ask you to consider putting them next. There's Rhonda Anderson, who is the Western Massachusetts Commissioner of Indian Affairs, and Melissa Ferretti. She is the chairwoman of the Herring Pond Wampanoag tribe. If they can go next, and then I'll sit back and.
I would prefer to allow the residents of Winchester to speak a while. We've gone 25 minutes and we haven't been able to hear from the residents of Winchester. I would happily, what my plan is to lower all the hands and allow people to raise their hands and take questions from the audience. And that would be what I would, comment from the audience. And that is my intention to do now. I would like to ask people who would like to speak to please raise their hands, and we'll call them in the order in which they have been called.
So you're not going to call Rhonda Anderson and Melissa Ferretti?
I will certainly call them if they raise their hands and get called as with everyone else. We've heard a lot. We have to hear from the residents of Winchester. I don't think that we can hear from them as well, but we have to hear from the residents of Winchester. I've put a lot of people out of order. Public comment in Winchester School Committee meetings is people come up in order. This is not a presentation. Mr. Matthew Tibbetts, you've been recognized. Please state your name and address.
Hi, sorry for the wrong name. My name is actually Shreya Nair. I'm using my friend's Zoom account. I live on 173 4th Street, and I'm a proud graduate of Winchester High School's class of 2020. I was elected and served as the student council president during my senior year and participated in a number of other sports and clubs represented by that mascot, the Sachem. Let me preface this by saying thank you to the school committee, Dr. Evans, Dr. Elema, and all the other representatives that we've heard from today, and the other panelists for organizing this long overdue discussion. I'm happy that our town is working towards productive dialogues. The moral and social concerns of this mascot are several, but many have already expressed them today as well as last week. I'd like to talk to you about the impact of the Sachem on students economically. This mascot has cost clubs and activities hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in unsold merchandise. Regardless of what your personal belief is, a lot of people don't want to buy a shirt with a racist Sachem mascot on it. In a school district where, unlike so many, student activities don't get funding whatsoever from the town, selling merch is a big part of keeping things like Model UN and Science Olympiad alive. Without a mascot, we've had to resort to putting maps of our town or even the school address on shirts to try and garner school spirit. Zip codes aren't very cool to rally around, to say the least. Additionally, some have brought up in the past the perceived cost of removing the Sachem. If you've actually been to the new high school, you'll know that the Sachem on the front door is a decal that can be removed at virtually no cost. Ordering another large custom sticker would cost under $100. Additionally, uniforms for sports and club merchandise are routinely replaced, regardless of mascot. Even with the most generous estimates, replacing the Sachem would cost less than, let me look at my notes, 0.00001% of the town's educational budget. And that doesn't even factor in the lost revenue that I talked about earlier. In the long term, replacing the Sachem could actually save students and taxpayers money. The fact is this: the majority of Winchester High School students are not proud of the Sachem. The majority of us feel, at best, awkward, and at worst, ashamed of parading it around. It's not in students' best interests, economically or morally. Last year, as student council president, I received countless complaints about the mascot and very few for it. If you won't change the mascot at the request of hundreds of Native Americans from across the country and across the Commonwealth, then at least change it at the request of Winchester High School students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nair. Mr. Barker, Mr. Dave Barker, if you would state your name and address, and then you may speak.
Thank you. My name is Dave Barker. I live at 42 Winford Way. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm here tonight as a parent of a future Winchester Public School student, aged 21 months, and I'm here to urge the school committee to vote to end the use of the SACM mascot, including both the logo and the name. We're honored to have heard from a number of Native voices tonight. I want to thank them for taking the time to be with us. And I think that it's clear from Ferris Gray in particular that the respectful thing for us to do is to honor the request of the Native Americans in Massachusetts to make this change. By ending the use of the SACM mascot, we model for our children how to truly treat others with respect and build a welcoming, inclusive Winchester. I think one thing that a number of people have spoken about tonight is the importance of education about Native peoples and about injustice in our schools. And I support that very much as well. And we are a school system, and the school system is the place, the classroom is the place to teach. And as much as possible, I want my daughter to learn about injustice in history class, not by being a part of perpetuating it. That's not the lesson that I want her to learn. I want her to learn that even though change is hard, even though it is difficult, that we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. With that, we will invite Mo Carrera. My apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. Please state your name and address.
My name is Mo Correa. I live at 21 Farrow Street. I'm 17. I'm going to be a senior at Winchester High School. I am Latin American. Although Latin Americans are typically not used as sports logos, I know what it feels like to be tokenized. I know what it feels like to see racist depictions, to see Halloween costumes of a culture. It's not great. I was elected to be the captain of the swim team next year. And I'm aware of the number of times this conversation has been had time and time again over the years. So I decided to use my power as a captain to do something about this. And all the other captains agreed with me. So I would like to let you know that the WHS girls swim team will not display the sachem at all. We will not have it on our swimsuits, on our caps, on any of our merchandise. We should not be proud of a mascot that symbolizes centuries of systemic racism, injustices, murder, and rape. We should not be proud of this symbol while Native Americans still suffer today. So to you, I say, we are ready for things to change. Are you? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your coming to speak with us. With that, we are going to allow to talk Ms. Grace Betancourt. Please state your name and address.
Grace Betancourt, 5 Amberwood Drive.
Welcome.
I am reading a letter written by Simon Donovan, student artist responsible for the creation of the current Sachem logo, written on July 24th. I created the current Sachem logo as a WHS student in 1977. I would like to contribute to the current debate of whether the Sachem logo and name should remain in continued use or be retired. In 1977, my intention was to replace the insulting caricature of a Native American in use at Winchester High School with a more refined, respectable representation and to make them image a point of pride. Arguably, I was successful in that time period. On the face of it, the Sachem logo differs from many other sports logos under current scrutiny, precisely because it is not a racist caricature. This is likely why there is now such a debate about maintaining or abandoning the Sachem logo I created long ago, with deep-seated points and feelings on both sides. However, no matter the sentimentality, I support the move to retire the Sachem name and logo. I am now a public artist with large-scale works in many major American cities. I also spent over 30 years living between Tohono O'odham and Yaqui reservations in Tucson, Arizona. To say I am of a different mindset now than when I was an aspiring teenage artist raised within a predominantly white and wealthy New England suburb of the 1970s would be an understatement. Most importantly, back then I did not possess the same consciousness regarding Indigenous people and the use of their images as mascots as I do today. I understand that for some the debate is a difficult one. A number of years ago, the Winchester Star contacted me to ask how I felt about the removal of the Sachem logo. I expressed mixed feelings at the time. The revised Sachem is, after all, my first piece of public art, and I have gone on to have a career in the field. My ambivalence was based on ego, nostalgia, my parents' small-town pride and attachment, along with what I discerned at the good time as good original intent. I now see that response as short-sighted. Native people should not be used as mascots. My experience as a resident of Tucson, my native learned experience of Native American peoples, and my role as an artist now inform my position. I therefore totally support the campaign to remove the Sachem as a school symbol, and I look forward to seeing a new image and nomenclature that will better represent the 21st century Winchester. Simon Donovan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time. With that, we're allowing Mr. Philip Infarina. My apologies again if I've mispronounced anyone's name tonight. Please state your name and address.
Absolutely, yes. This is Philip Inferna from 4 Lantern Lane. I'd like to thank the committee for hearing all the arguments tonight about the Sachem logo. I support our decision to remove this logo. I think the points that have been made are very compelling in this matter. I think the presentation that we heard in the discussion section really, frankly, support that decision, that we have a logo that is not representative of the Native American tribe in our area and should at least be modified. I think the point regarding bringing in additional education around Native American history is incredibly valid, and it's something we should consider. I guess what I would say is that I would ask the school committee to make a swift and decisive choice here tonight regarding this, because I believe we also have an educational crisis on our hands right now in the face of the pandemic. And any discussion around adding additional curriculum to our teaching is going to be incredibly hampered by an inability to get students back to school. So I would just ask that committee, ask you all as committee members to make a decision. I support removing the logo. I'd like to see that be made swiftly so we can focus on the crisis that's at our hand right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Inferna. With that, we will elevate. So in this case, we'll elevate Mia Boyd. It says based on the version of software you're using, it only allows you to become a panelist. So we also have your video, unfortunately for you, although we're happy to see you. Please state your name and address. You will need to unmute yourself before you do that.
Sorry, I missed, is it my turn?
Yes, it is. Please state your name and address and welcome.
Hi, my name is Mia Boyd. I live on 4 Mayflower Road in Winchester, and I'm not an Indigenous person. This means that I have not experienced racism that so many Native American people have, but I see it every day. I see it when anyone around me is wearing anything with the school logo on it, and I see it when I pass by the high school each day on the bus. Winchester should not be represented by a racist stereotype. Our school logo is making people feel like they are nothing more than a mascot. Our school system is supposed to be accepting and against racist terms, but I feel like right now especially, people are ignoring the problem and seeing only what they want to see. When I'm older, I want people to ask me where I went to high school, but I don't want to say I went to Winchester High School, because then, sorry, I don't want to I don't want to go to a Winchester High School that was the Sachem's high school. Then I wouldn't feel proud of myself. I would feel proud if our town was able to overcome the stereotypes and racism that Indigenous people were facing in Winchester. It's not up to me or any non-Native American people to decide whether our logo is racist or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you coming. I'm going to return you to a role as an attendee. And with that, elevate Mr. John Swan. Please state your name and address, and welcome. Mr. Swan, I don't hear you, but I don't know if you've unmuted yourself. Could I ask the committee if anybody else hears Mr. Swan?
I cannot hear Mr. Swan.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you another couple seconds, and then I'll return you to the participant attendees list. And if you keep your hand raised, we will try to return to you.
Can we try to return to him after the next person, Brett?
After the next person, yes, indeed. So with that, we'll allow Rebecca Sliz to speak. Ms. Sliz, please state your name and address.
This is Rebecca Sliz. I live at 2 Watson Place. I am wondering if it would be possible to cede my time to Rhonda Anderson. She is the Western Massachusetts Commissioner of Indian Affairs. If you would allow me to do that, I would be grateful.
If you would like to speak alongside of her, we allow multiple people to speak at the same time. So I could elevate you both at the same time, and you could use the same time together as one. Remind me the last name.
Rhonda Anderson.
Ms. Anderson, you and Ms. Sliz have 3 minutes. Please state both. Please state your name and address, Ms. Anderson.
Okay, Tanuksinga Rhonda Anderson, Pangmakpak Unuanuranga Korenami, Savaktunga Western Massachusetts Commissioner on Indian Affairs Koyanak Nalak Nigavin. My name is Rhonda Anderson. I am speaking from Sokoke, Abenaki, and Pecumtuck traditional homelands in Coleraine, Massachusetts. I have lived here in Western Massachusetts for most of my life and maintain connections to both the Native community here, but also my homeland communities in Alaska. I am a longtime activist on the removal of Native mascots, as well as an alum and mother of a child in districts with these mascots. My child does not go to the high school in this district, as I do not want her to have the same issues I did with a Native mascot. Instead, I have proudly cheered her on as my daughter. I'm so proud of her and her friends as an aardvark or an otter. Particularly in today's climate of acknowledging racism, it must be understood that the oppression and marginalization of any racial group is never acceptable. And we should not overlook the racism in our children's educational system via mascots. We are the only race that's used for mascots right alongside animals. Native Americans are the last accepted vestige of overt racism in this country, and I would even say celebrated racism. If we strive to do anti-racist work, then we must do the work to dismantle a systemic and institutional racism. Through these stereotypical representations, it erases the identity of Native people and generates stereotypes about what a Native person looks like and portrays us as people in the past. Such representation in educational settings leads to a more widespread and acceptable stereotyping and biases. And so Naga, you are so correct that Native Americans are generally invisible in the US mainstream society, but we need accurate, diverse, historical and contemporary representations in mainstream US culture, not harmful stereotypes like Native mascots. Most Native mascots are portrayed as warlike, aggressive, and violent. Newspaper headlines locally here have literally referenced the games as Indians invade and town braces for attack. There are decades of empirical evidence that shows that this leads to Native students struggling with positive identity, and non-Native students are left with stereotypes about who we are. This makes Native students feel unsafe and unwelcome, which is a civil rights violation. These stereotypes and violent portrayals create biases that dramatically affect our outcomes. We have the highest rates of murder, sexual assault, suicide, incarceration, and death from police brutality. So it can be really hard to visualize a future with yourself in it when facing erasure and violence. And as a Native woman, I have found that it is dangerous to be speaking up for change, as myself and other Native activists have been subject to verbal harassment and even death threats. So as a point of process going forward, you must work in creating curriculum, education, and reciprocal lasting relationships with local tribes. These questions regarding the use of mascots will have answers that will become apparent once the education and relationships begin. Learning how the rise of mascots began when Native children were removed from home and placed in boarding schools in a policy of intentional cultural genocide. Non-Natives were at the time struggling to find common identity from the melting pot country and chose to appropriate Native images to honor the fallen savage and give a nod to manifest destiny. And I really urge you to consider that Native American Guardian Association used in this area of Massachusetts is going to be a harmful, painful reminder for people here in Massachusetts, because in 1746, it was a policy to have guardians control Mashpee Wampanoags and have access to their needed resources and limit their independence. So keep that in mind. And what an honor to have the Vice Chairman of the National Congress of American Indians, the country's largest and most representative Native American advocacy group, as they have been fighting to end racist mascotry since 1968. That's what, 52 years. Currently, over 145 tribal government, education, professional, civil rights, religious organizations in the United States have recognized the negative health impacts of Native American mascots and called for the elimination or restrictions on Native American mascots. In Massachusetts, this includes the Chappaquiddick tribe of Wampanoag Nation, Herring Pond Wampanoag tribe, Mashpee Wampanoag tribe, the Massachusetts tribe at Punkapog, Nipmuc Nation. Organizations in Massachusetts include Cultural Survival, Massachusetts Center for Native American Awareness, Massachusetts Commission on Indian Affairs, the Massachusetts Teachers Association, the National Association of Social Workers, Massachusetts chapter, the New England Area Conference of the NAACP, North American Indian Center of Boston, Progressive Mass, United American Indians of New England, the Upstander Project, UU Mass Action, and then including national organizations, the National Education Association, the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, the American Psychological Association, the Anthropological Association, Sociological Association, and the National Collegiate Athletic Association. So I humbly ask that you vote to replace the Songkhla mascot being on the right side of history. And yes, the state flag and seal has been voted on today and has cleared a hurdle of 35 years. So moving forward, thank you very much, Koyanakpak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Liz. I'm going to return you both to attendees. With that, I would like to give a chance again to Mr. Swan, who was having technical difficulties when he had his attempt to speak. Mr. Swan, I've elevated you back to speak. If you can state your name and address.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Much better. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, this is John Swan, 354 Cambridge Street here in Winchester. Thanks, one, for giving me time. Thanks for giving me time last week. It's been a bit of a wild ride for me, frankly, since I joined the community in Winchester here with my wife, Robin, several years ago. I'm actually quite exhausted, to be honest. But, aside from the background, my background that I helped explain last time, I want to recognize those that joined today, especially those that were on their land. So Ferris, thank you for joining. Rhonda, the last speaker, I really appreciated everything that you had to say and appreciate you making time for this. We have one additional speaker that I want to give a bit of a shout out to of Melissa Ferretti, if we can hear from her. And then, you know, having a good friend that I had the privilege of going to grad school with, Tobias Vanderhoop, who you also heard from, is again a bit of an idol to me. And then having Aaron Payment, you know, I won't repeat all of his titles, but as you and I emailed you all with them, it's a bit of a celebrity moment for me to get someone like that to come to a meeting like this to Winchester, and we should all feel blessed for it. As an Indian, this couldn't be more important to me from an imagery standpoint of what I see when I drive past the high school. That is not a reflection of who we are or where we came from. And regardless of, you know, whatever happens in my life, I think the thing that's probably most important to me and my wife Robin is frankly just raising good kids, and we've had a lot of conversations about that. So I have my daughter Kennedy sitting here with me, and she wanted to just say a couple of sentences.
So hello, my name is Kennedy, and this coming up year I'm going to high school, which is a very big thing for me. And what's scary about it is that I'm going to be walking into a building that has this big mascot on this that does not represent us, and it's just so disrespectful. And I don't understand why we could have changed it from the way beginning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. I appreciate your coming, and I'm going to disable talking, and I would like to invite Mr. Philip Stern to speak. Please state your name and address for the committee, please. You're still muted, Mr. Stern.
Unmute now. You can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the committee.
My name is Philip Stern. I live at 50 Woodside Road.
Thank you.
I think it's time to replace the Winchester's mascot and logo. My family loves Winchester and we love its schools. We moved here in 1990. Our 3 children went to Lynch, McCall, and Winchester High School. They were all varsity athletes. We are proud of the schools, the teams, the players, the coaches, but we are embarrassed by HM's mascot. Please change it to something we can cheer without hurting Native Americans. After listening to Mark One Wolf, I support the idea of Winchester working to educate us and our students about Native Americans and to provide learning experiences through exchanges with Native Americans. However, I still believe it is time for Winchester to find a new mascot. Native Americans are people, not mascots. As Mark alluded to, there are many Native Americans, and we've heard several here tonight, that are opposed to using Native American or names as mascots. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stern. I would like to ask whoever handle is @guilty1 to change that to a name so that we can know who you are. And in the meantime, I'm going to move to Mr. Cliff Chuang. My apologies again if I'm mispronouncing your name. Mr. Chuang, please state your name, pronouncing it properly for me. My apologies, and your address.
No problem. Hi, my name is Cliff Chuang. I live at 99 Hemingway Street in Winchester. I've been a resident since 2012. I am the father of 2 children, one of whom just graduated from Winchester High School, one of whom is going into 8th grade at McCall. And I just want to read a very short email that we actually sent you at the beginning of this meeting into the record. We are writing to strongly urge you to end the use of the Sachem's name and mascot. We strongly believe that the use of this term and its associated imagery is hurtful to Native Americans. Moreover, it is hurtful to our children to live in a community that uses such an inappropriate image and has thus far refused to respond to the input of the Native Americans it purports to honor. The large image on the front of the high school sends a message to all people of color in this community that their concerns are not as honored or valued as the white majority. It's time to do better by our children. We should pick a new mascot that embodies the best of this community and the values of which we can be proud. And this is signed by myself, my wife, Anna Laura, our daughter, Helen, and my son, John Luke. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for reading that in. I'm going to invite Mr. Alex Lee.
Hello.
Mr. Lee, please state your name and address for the committee.
My name is Alex Lee, and I live at 38 Kenwin Road.
Thank you. You may go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex, and I'm a rising senior at Winchester High and the current Student Council Treasurer. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Many of the individuals involved in the logo debate, including many members of tonight's forum, are either current or former WHS students. Something often discussed among older alumni is that the Sachem logo invokes school spirit or school pride. I'm very appreciative that so many of Winchester residents proudly consider themselves WHS alumni. Without a doubt, being able to share in school pride creates a more positive high school experience, provides students with lasting memories, and fosters a more vibrant WHS community. However, in my time at Winchester High, I haven't seen much school spirit among the student body. As a member of the Student Council, I've spent the past 3 years helping to organize WHS's Spirit Fair, or Spirit Week, sorry, and Pep Rally. Every year, participation in Spirit Week has been very, very underwhelming. Every year, most of my friends skip the Pep Rally. Most of those who do attend do so begrudgingly, and definitely not out of pride. For sure, there's plenty of spirit among individual teams. We do team dress-ups, we dress up like frat bros or suit and tie, but I've never observed a strong sense of school-wide pride. I'm not sure if the Sachem logo is the solution to that. I don't think I've ever heard "Go Sock'ems" at a rallying cry during games, certainly not with the correct pronunciation. In my experience, it's mostly been "Go Winchester" or a "Big Dog's Gotta Eat." Most of my peers feel apathetic about the current logo at best. In fact, many of them have been speaking against it for a variety of concerns, including those who are here tonight. And I worry that keeping the logo will hinder any current or future attempts to revitalize that important sense of school pride in WHS students. So, while I agree that WHS's logo should serve as a symbol of pride for our school's history, I think it also needs to create a sense of spirit for future Winchester alumni to ensure that my underclassmen and their underclassmen and so on can take happy memories from Winchester to wherever they might go in life. I don't believe that changing the logo diminishes the importance of our past achievements. Instead, I think it's like opening a new chapter in Winchester High School's history. I sincerely hope that the WHS community can come together to create a new mascot, something that everyone can rally behind as we move forward together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex Lee. With that, I'm going to invite Abigail Nordan. She also is using older version of Zoom, so it will need to be, we will be able to see you in this, so for good or for bad. Please state your name and address.
My name is Abigail Norden. I'm from 29 Grayson Road. I'm a rising Winchester High School senior. We know that Native mascots are proven to harm psychological morale in school settings. We know that we have an inaccurate depiction and pronunciation of the natives we claim to be honoring, but people ignore this. So I will just keep my words personal. I've seen students I share hallways with commenting "Go Sachems" on social media posts from those who oppose the mascot, even on posts by Native people. Is that pride? Winchester High School stands on stolen land. It does not only exist because of systemic racism, it is systemic racism. It's no coincidence that families who have lived here the longest and benefited from it the most are the most adamant defenders of our mascot. We cannot afford to alienate our marginalized communities any longer. That is not up for debate, as my classmates have already so eloquently described. To those who claim that representation or unity is perpetuated by the mascot, I ask you, why do we have a mascot that even has the potential to be weaponized? What kind of people are glorifying the weaponization of an image of the people that our very existence continues to harm and displace? We need to see the irony in being distraught over a mascot getting taken down and ignoring the sufferings imposed on Native people by colonization simultaneously. I don't care about anyone's pride. In fact, I'm horrified by it. Clearly, the school we claim to love has not educated us. This is a situation we need to denounce and remove ourselves from. A divisive mascot should be an oxymoron. It's really not that complicated, but here's where it does get complicated. This conversation is all wrong. No one Native American person, or even one Native organization or community, is a hive mind for the entire Native population. but those bodies are what everyone cites when expressing their opinions on this matter. Clearly, if neither side of this debate can make a statement before it's been validated by a Native person, none of us are informed enough about Native issues and history to be leaders, even participants in this dialogue, myself included. But the responsibility of a Native mascot leaves us no choice but to participate in it blindly. Uneducated conversation contributes to erasure. Given that none of us are used to knowledge about the Native experience, it is clear that the mascot was not created with any intention of education or representation, rather for our own morale and personal gain. That is exploitation, and that is wrong. What Winchester needs to do is be brave. Let's not echo the history that has put Natives in the position where we're even having this conversation. Let's follow the lead of the girls' swim team, who took a leap of faith based on what they know is right and what they're capable of. Let's make a change and welcome criticism when we face it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to present. I'm going to return you to a role as attendee. Next, we're going to elevate Mr. Josh Reynolds. Please state your name and address for the committee.
Yes, Brian, my name is Josh Reynolds. The address is 85 Pond Street in Winchester, Mass. And we have been residents for 28 years, and my 3 kids have gone to Lynch, them all on the Winchester High. In fact, my youngest just graduated from Winchester High this past spring. I actually joined this call because this is such an important, it's such an important issue to be focused on eliminating racism wherever we can. And I was actually very surprised when the call first started to have the first speaker take the position in favor of the logo and keeping the name, and raise the point that it helps in understanding history. So while on the call, I did a little bit of Googling on Mark One Wolf Yancey, and I just wanted to share that with the organization. It'll definitely be less than 3 minutes, and when I'm done, I can give my time over to one of Zena's speakers, if that makes sense. While I was doing some research, I found an article in a sports news publication called Deadspin, and the name of the article, which is about Mark One Wolf Yancey, says, "New fake Indian joins old fake Indian in New York high school's fight for the R word." I just read a little bit about this, and then I will, when I'm done with that, I will give up my time. It's an article about a sports team in Lancaster, New York, back in 2015. Sports team at Lancaster High School had been called the Redskins since the early 1950s, but enough locals had asked for a name change. The school district organized a meeting of interested parties on Tuesday night, as we're doing tonight. One Wolf Yancey was among those who packed the school cafeteria. At least one Indian gathering let him know that he was regarded as carpetbagging phony. Yancey, who told the locals he traveled from Connecticut for the assembly, was there to claim that he was a Native American and that he took pride in any team with that name, professional and otherwise. He's been delivering that spiel to anyone who listened to him since last summer. And apparently, Mark One Wolf Yancey actually was one of the people who was hired by the Washington Redskins to promote the maintenance of that name. Just wanted to introduce that bit of information into the conversation when we think about the comments that he made around keeping the mascot, keeping the team name, and keep the logo. And I'm happy to send this to anyone on the school committee who would like that documentation. And with that, I will I'll give up the rest of my time. Perhaps one of your speakers may be willing to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. You have about 20 seconds left, so I'm not sure that's actually practical. But I appreciate, and I would, the committee would always welcome anything you would like to send to us. So, and in fact, that's true for anybody who's spoken tonight. If they would like to send any of their comments for the record, they're welcome to do so. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to point out that we have now been taking public comment for 1 hour. We will continue on as long as there is public comment and we have time to stay up. I would like to ask that anyone who still has their hand raised to consider whether what you would like to say has already been captured by what somebody before you has said. Certainly, I'm not telling anybody to lower their hands, but if somebody has already spoken eloquently on a topic in the way that you would like to speak, you do not need to repeat that, but you are welcome to do so. With that, I would elevate Ms. Tuttle, Felicity Tuttle. Please state your name and address.
I don't know if you can hear me, but
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm Felicity Tuttle from 5 Oneida Road in Winchester. I will be very brief. I would like to also include in my time Melissa Ferretti, chairwoman of the Herring Pond Wampanoag Tribe. My portion very briefly, thank you all. I know there are many Winchester High School alumni who've become very attached to this logo and name over the years. However, as I hear Native voices from Winchester, Native leaders from both nearby towns and nationally, it is time for us to stop appropriating a Native title of honor and calling our athletes sachems. We simply do not have that right. In retiring both name and logo, we should not eradicate or obliterate the previous logo or name, in that they must be a part of an educational display which demonstrates that we have learned in 2020 that we must change. Please, each of you vote today unanimously to discontinue the use of both this logo and this name. And I would ask you to elevate, to drop me down and elevate Melissa Ferretti. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bolognese, how much time is left?
1 minute and 45 seconds.
1 minute and 45 seconds. I would recognize
I found her.
Ms. Ferretti. I'm not going to hold you to 1:45 seconds. You have a full 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Hi, yes, my name is Melissa Ferretti. I am the president and chairwoman of the Herring Pond Wampanoag Tribe of Plymouth, Massachusetts.
Thank you.
I just wanted to take a real quickly to thank Fairies Gray and the Massachusetts people as well, as we are discussing their homeland, and as well as my honor to be here with so many so many wonderful leaders, as particularly the NCAI as well. I'm very honored. As a Herring Pond Wampanoag mother and grandmother who was raised by an elder in the town of Plymouth, I know all too well that the little knowledge of the actual history and the contemporary existence of communities in this region. The reality is that mascots, like the seal, are part of the racial ideology that seeks to make Indigenous people invisible. By promoting the notion that it is okay and harmless fun to reduce Indigenous people to stereotyped images or characters or reflections of Euro-American notions of Indianness, mascots do not make Euro-American sports fans want to go to the library to read. I'm sorry, I'm not wearing my reading glasses. They don't want to go to the library to read the work of Native authors and to learn about Native history and the theft of Native homelands and the enslavement of Native people in colonial New England. In a society which is racialized, character images of Indianness have been part of the Euro-American mindset for over 500 years. It is absolutely preposterous and destructive to suggest that mascots make Indigenous people visible. I just really want to take a minute and just thank everyone for acknowledging it and being here. And I think that you should applaud your young people of Winchester for their commitment. Their voices were very powerful tonight. In the air of time, I will cede my time. I know you weren't holding me to the 3 minutes, but thank you very much for hearing me. And once again, thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming tonight. I appreciate it. And with that, I will, someone already did. I will elevate Ms. Heidi DeLeo. Please state your name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, very well.
Okay. My name is Heidi Rutstein DeLeo. I live at 14 Lock Street in Winchester. Thank you very much to all the school committee members for letting everyone take the time to voice their concerns and opinions on both sides. I have lived in this town since I was 18 years old, and I grew up in a next town over, but most of my younger years in high school were spent hanging around in Winchester. So I understand the feelings of pride about the Sachem logo. I've been in this town now, again, more than 20 years, and I've raised my son, who is a recent Winchester High School graduate. I feel pride in our town. I love saying that I'm from Winchester. I feel like we've come an awful long way since the 70s when Jewish people, which I am, did not really want to live in Winchester. However, the logo does not influence how proud I am to be from Winchester. It's the people in Winchester that make me proud to be from Winchester. It's the thoughtfulness and the educational background that make me proud to be from Winchester. I also feel that if you've never been discriminated against at all, you likely don't even understand the importance of honoring Native Americans and their wish to have this logo or mascot or whatever you want to call it removed. I really feel that you should stand behind those who oppose it and vote tonight to remove it. This discussion has been going on for more than 30 years, as far as I can remember. Since I was in high school, it was an immediate discussion right after that logo was put forth. And then also, just to comment really quickly, I'm a business owner in town now. So I sell merchandise that has that logo on it. And in a meeting 2 weeks ago, I made a commitment to not order any more Sachem merchandise other than what I have already, which are t-shirts and sweatshirts with the Sachem logo on it. And when somebody buys something from me that has that logo, I plan on educating them about why we really shouldn't have that here in town. Going forward, I will not sell any more new merchandise that has that logo on it. I feel that we should do away with the logo, the mascot. We should change the name. And if for some reason you do not vote to stop this, we at the very least need to pronounce it correctly and educate. There needs to be a townwide educational forum about what it really means. I thank you very much for your time, and I support the decision to remove Sachem from our history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Ms. Bolognese, can you see who's next on the, I just had something on my screen. Is it Ms. Anna Flaherty? Yes, okay, my apologies. I was having, Ms. Anna Flaherty, you state your name and address, and we welcome your comments.
Hi, everyone. My name's Anna Flaherty. I live on 40 Woodside Road. I'm a graduate of Winchester High in the class of 2019, and I'm so grateful to the school committee for having this discussion, and more so the current Winchester High students organizing this effort to open up this conversation. To give some context to my experience regarding the mascot at Winchester High, it's important that you know that I am a white woman with an immense amount of privilege, and also that I was president of my class during my time at the high school. I worked closely with other students involved in student government there to increase school spirit at the high school, which I assume, as most of you know, is not high. And I believe that's an issue much larger than just our logo, but I think removing the logo would be a good start. I believe that it is a public school's duty to create a space that makes students feel both included and respected. And right now, I believe the Winchester public school system has failed to do so. I believe that students would be prouder of their community at the high school if they could embrace their school symbol without feeling disrespectful. I spent many years at the high school designing merchandise of all different kinds, and every single time it came back to a debate of if we were comfortable putting the logo on our merchandise of whatever kind.
Every single time the issue came up, I would beg to not put the logo on a sweatshirt or a water bottle, whatever. Sometimes I won, sometimes I didn't. And I don't think that this is a burden that we should have to put on our students. I was 14 when I started, trying to decide if it was respectful to use our logo on a sweatshirt. I feel as adults representing the high school and the community, you should be able to make that decision. It's not a challenging one. Putting that burden on the students to have to understand if the logo that's being uplifted by the community is appropriate is not a reasonable decision. I again repeat that you should make this decision tonight. I believe that there are pressing issues at hand that you have to deal with amidst the pandemic. And I also don't think that this is a very, very challenging decision. And I urge you to please remove the logo, the mascot, and the use of the name. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flaherty. I'd like to elevate Ms. Leilani Pascal. Please state your name and address for the committee.
Leilani Pascal. I live at 26 Clematis Street here in Winchester. I have 3 children in the public schools, ages 13, 10, and 5. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to start out by reading a little bit of an email that my 13-year-old son wrote and sent to you this evening. He says, the logo is racist because it suggests that Native Americans have less humanity than other people, that we can put their image on our shirts as if they are animals, like we do with bulldogs, lions, tigers, bears, fish, birds, and reptiles. He also writes, as for my personal experiences, I have played town soccer for the Winchester Soccer Club in the past. On the left-hand side of the jersey, over the heart, the mascot is displayed. Because of its controversy, my family decided that I would wear tape over the mascot so that I wouldn't be a part of the racism. This did not go unnoticed, and I soon had friends and other players asking me why I decided to cover the mascot. When I explained it to them, some still would disagree and say that the mascot wasn't racist and that it was silly to tape over it. I was laughed at, and overall, it was really embarrassing for me. To have to go through that just to support equality is infuriating. So in response to Mr. One-Wolf's comment that with respect to Chief Wahoo, I just don't buy the gear or support it in any way, my children don't really have that choice if they want to be a part of this community, which frankly we haven't felt that we have been as a result of this logo choice. To me, if the logo offends any single Native American person, it's not okay for us to use it. It doesn't matter if 4 out of 10 are offended or 5 out of 10. If any single person is, it's unacceptable. I also would like to say that although I did not go to high school here, I went to school at Toms River High School South in New Jersey, and our logo was Old Indian Tom. I could sing you the fight song now and do a pom-pom routine to it. Old Indian Tom was the man who gave our name to our high school upon the hill. I had a great high school experience. I loved being part of the marching band, cheering at the football games. It was an amazing experience, but I think that now that mascot has to be changed, now that I know better, and I am working to change it there. It doesn't seem consistent with the underlying values of pride and respect, which Mr. One-Wolf mentioned, that we would have this be our mascot. The values that came out of my own high school experience were strength, fairness, kindness, nobility, honor, pride, and respect. And there's no way that we can continue to say that those are the values our community believes in as long as we continue to have this be our mascot. So I urge you to vote tonight to change it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I'd like to elevate Ms. Olivia Beal. Please state your name and address.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can very well. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Olivia Beal. I live on 23 Hancock Street, and I'm a member of Winchester High School class of 2015. I'm a white, non-native Winchester resident. People in my racial demographic make up the vast majority of Winchester residents. For that reason, I believe that we must listen to the testimonies of Native people. Therefore, I urge you to give the stage to Native representatives after I make just one comment, which adds to what Josh Reynolds had previously said. I urge everyone in this meeting to read the Washington Post articles from 2014, when Mark Wunwolf defended the Washington NFL team's name, so that they can draw their own conclusions about the relative weight of his testimony when compared to other Native testimonies we have heard today. And I have one question for Tim Nolan. Did Mark Wunwolf receive financial compensation for speaking today? That's all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beal. Ms. Marchant is with her remaining 2 minutes. Is there somebody who you were thinking should be elevated? Thank you very much. I would like to elevate the Winchester Unitarian Society. I assume there's an individual. If you could state your name and address, that would be great.
Actually, I'm Philip Coonley of 33 Lloyd Street. And while I am of the Winchester Unitarian Society, I'm not speaking for them. It just happened to be the last Zoom call I was on. I had to use their Zoom.
Understood. Thank you for making that clear.
So I am Phil Coonley of 33 Lloyd Street. I moved here 44 years ago with only one hesitation. Winchester was then known as a welcoming community for people who were white and Christian. Friends who lived here then had recently received anti-Semitic nighttime phone calls during the heated debate over Metco. The Metco debate was so narrowly won here that Metco then said, "We'll take our minority students to towns where they are more wanted." Thankfully, over the decades, Winchester has proclaimed itself an ever more welcoming community. The A Better Chance House was established. A Jewish temple was established. An inclusive official Town of Winchester human rights statement was adopted. This was later amended to include gender preference. In the spring, again amended to include country of origin and immigration status. Most recently, on June 19th, a U.S. flag raising on our town common included the LGBTQ+ flag and the Black Lives Matter flag. Such official sensitivity to the feelings of people long marginalized in the U.S. made me so proud of our community. However, the most ubiquitous symbol of Winchester is one that proclaims who it is still okay to disrespect. The Sachem Sachem mascot name and profile of a male Native American warrior is found everywhere, including on hats, coats, shirts, and the high school entry. Our schools, where most hope the best examples are taught, still use an anachronistic, stereotypical ethnic title and image as a mascot. This mascot is startlingly disrespectful in today's world. Please act quickly to end this embarrassment to most who live here now, and for those like my children who grew up here and want to more proudly call Winchester their hometown. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. I'd like to elevate Mr. Mark Herlihy. Please state your name and address for the committee. Mr. Herlihy, you are muted. With the committee's permission, I will come back to Mr. Herlihy next and move on. We'll come back to you next, Mr. Herlihy. And with that, we will go to Ms. DeLeo. Please state your name and address and unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Susan DeLeo and I live at 24 Taft Drive. I'm a parent in the Ambrose School District. I have 3 children, ages almost 9 and twins 6.5. I agree wholeheartedly with replacing the Winchester mascot name and logo. The time for this change is long overdue, and I hope the school committee deals with this swiftly and votes tonight to remove it. I hope we can move towards working out an education plan then in the coming school year. I would like to know whether or not the superintendent plans to speak about the school reopening plan in her superintendent update agenda item this evening. I kindly request that the superintendent's office makes changes to the 3 return to school plans available prior to discussion this evening and the August 4th deadline. Concerned parents need transparency and proper notice in order to prepare for a discussion about the return to school. Individuals were hand-selected for the committee on return to school. They were not elected, and as such, they are not representative of the views of the parents of the various school districts. I implore the school committee to review the new DSE guidance that was issued late last week. Schools within a district can adopt different models under this new guidance for different schools within the district. Schools can adopt different models for different age groups, and children K through 5 are a group that is to be prioritized for in-person learning. We need to get creative. You have our support. We figured it out for restaurants. We narrowed and blocked the roads for outdoor dining and reserved parking. We need to figure it out for our kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to return to Mr. Mark Herlihy, see if he was able to. Mr. Mark Herlihy, please state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Yeah, my name is Mark Herlihy. I live at 15 Ridge Street in Winchester. I grew up in town. I'm a 1984 Winchester High School graduate. I captained the boys soccer and indoor track teams, coached the tennis team in senior year. I'm a parent of 2 Winchester High School students. Growing up as a white non-native male, I didn't give much thought to what the Sachem logo and name really meant, or its implications for Native Americans themselves. But in my reading of history and in my work as a professional historian, in fact, I'm a past president of the New England Historical Association, I've come to realize how problematic the name and logo is. I think it's important that we honor the wishes of Native peoples themselves, including local tribal leaders who've spoken tonight. They rightly take issue with the ways in which the Sachem name and logo has been misappropriated. I was also moved last week in listening to testimony from at least 2 former Winchester High School alums who are of Native American descent, and they talked about how uncomfortable they felt attending Winchester High, Native peoples themselves, and having to look at the logo and hear the name, etc. I would say if the use of the Sachem name and logo were dropped, and I actually fully support that, it could very well become a teachable moment. We could help students understand that traditions are invented, some endure for centuries, but as society evolves, other traditions become outdated and are deemed no longer appropriate or acceptable. And I think that's the case with the Sachem logo name tradition in Winchester. As somebody has said, and as somebody said last week, you could create a historical display on the evolution of the name and logo. And of course, an understanding of local history is within the curriculum frameworks. There's no reason why students couldn't really examine the history of Native peoples in this region as a way to understand how that logo became problematic, how it evolved. Simon Donovan's very powerful testimony in the letter that was read tonight, some communication from him, he talked about his own evolution on the issue and his ideas about the logo and how he now feels it's inappropriate. I'll leave it at the testimony from a lot of people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you reaching out. I'd like to elevate Robin Smith. Ms. Smith, please state your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can very well.
I'm Robin Smith. I live at 8 Thornton Road, and I'm speaking to you tonight to ask that you support, like everyone else on the call, the elimination of the Sachem in name and in logo as the Winchester Public School mascot. I am a 26-year Winchester resident, and all 3 of my children attended Winchester Public Schools. I am also a 20-year member of the Network for Social Justice and an alumna of Amherst College. It is this last identity that connects me most to this issue. As a student at Amherst in the 1980s, our football team was at the top of the NESCAC for many of the years. That NESCAC is the New England Small College Athletic Conference. The unofficial mascot was Lord Jeffrey Amherst. And when we scored a touchdown, the stands erupted into song about Lord Jeffrey Amherst, who was a British soldier known for biologic warfare tactics by recommending in 1763 that smallpox-infected blankets be gifted to the native Indians against whom he was fighting. One of my friends even dressed up in a Lord Jeffrey colonial era mascot costume to engage the fans in the song. Amherst College has a very large number of alumni who are attached to this mascot, who played Division III varsity sports as a Lord Jeff, with a lot of endowment dollars attached to this connection. And yet in 2016, the Board of Trustees voted to drop any reference to, quote, Lord Jeff, as its continued use was seen as celebrating white oppression of Native Indians. My point is that if an institution that is on the eve of its 200th anniversary can recognize that it's time to change its mascot with much larger financial implications, Winchester Public Schools can discontinue use of the sockum and lead the way for Massachusetts public schools to do what's right. I still go back to Amherst and cheer on our team under their new mascot, the Mammoths, and even have a small stuffed woolly mammoth animal with a big purple A on it. I am still connected to my alma mater and proud to do so under our new mascot. Amherst College has also set up both online and in-library resources for the study of Lord Jeffrey Amherst, his military service in North America, with both primary sources and peer-reviewed materials. In a similar way, Winchester Public School has also set out to include more Native American history and contemporary Native American study in our curriculum and in our showcases for our sports teams. By supporting a name and logo change, we are not taking any of the glory away from past or future championships. I strongly support this continuation of the sockum as our public school mascot and hope you will make the bold decision to enact this change. Thank you for your time and for your service to our community.
Thank you very much. We are going to continue to take public comment. We are going now for an hour and a half. I'd like to remind everyone that if you feel you do not need to speak, if you feel that the comment that you were going to make has already been made, we'd like to be able to hear from as many people as possible on all different perspectives. I'm simply working my way down through the list of people. And with that, I'll move on to Ms. Pamela Court. Ms. Court, please state your name and address for the committee. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much. I want to thank the members of the, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. I want to thank the members of the committee for meeting tonight, the amount of time that you're spending on this, and the school reopening, and your dedication to this town and your service. Thank you very much. I also want to remind people of the 3 people with Native American heritage who spoke so eloquently last week. I want to remind folks of how they all spoke about our school name and logo and how it impacted them. And they are deeply connected to this community, 2 families who live here, and one of whom who grew up here, was a coach here, and chose actively not to purchase a home in this community because of the name and logo. I think we really need to think about that. I also want to thank the Native American speakers that spoke both as invited members and during public comment. Their commentary was powerful, articulate, and very moving. And I also want to, all of our students who spoke tonight have been impressive. I want to, and I don't know her personally, but I want to in particular call out Ms. Norden for what she said. I found it to be really impressive and a testimony to the quality of education in Winchester that we have and don't need this name and logo to be proud of. We can be proud of the students that we produce regardless of what our team name and what image we choose to represent that team is. Ms. DeLeo, Heidi DeLeo, spoke a little bit about her Jewish heritage, and I'd like to speak about mine as well, and make an analogy. If there were a team that were to choose to call themselves the rabbis or the Orthodox Jews, and chose as their logo the image or profile of a stereotypical Jewish profile with a nose and the curly side hair, that to me would be incredibly offensive. If a group from outside of the town came in and told me that they didn't think it was offensive and told the town that they didn't think it was offensive, I would be horrified that my voice was being ignored on that matter. Again, we had 3 people with connections to this community speak eloquently last week about how it impacts them, and to not honor that and to not respect that would be a huge disservice to them and to Native American people all over this state and this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Court. I'd like to welcome Mohsen Saeed. I probably mispronounced your name. My apologies for saying your name and address.
No. Hello, my name is Mohsen Saeed. I live on 83 Wildwood Street in Winchester. I am going to become a sophomore this year at Winchester High School, and I would like to share my opinion on why I think the Sachem's mascot should be changed. First, starting off with the state, Massachusetts is the only state in America with a flag that comes off as a racist and offensive, and the fact that Winchester's mascot at the high school is also a Native American image just makes everything worse. The mascot is offensive and extremely disrespectful towards Native Americans. Some people who want to keep the mascot will make up excuses saying that, oh, it's nostalgic to me. But in my response, I would say, why would you think that something racist is nostalgic to you? They could also say that oh, I learned about what Native Americans are because of this mascot. But they're not learning the right way if they think that this mascot is a good source to learn about Native Americans. What we can do to prevent this is that maybe if any of you knows someone, have a friend, like anyone who is against taking the mascot down, we can help educate them and probably change their views. We can help by educating them, by teaching them about Native American history and who the natives really are as people. And so we can tell them that so that they understand that having that as a mascot is not okay. That is all.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming tonight.
No problem.
Oops, I cut you off at the end. I'm sorry. With that, I'd like to elevate Ms. DiMatteo. You please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Bryce DiMatteo. My address is 11 Bacon Street. First, I would like to thank the school committee and everyone who was here to have a respectful conversation. I would also like to thank Mr. Nolan for explaining how his #1 priority is education. I agree with you. Personally, I have taken action on this goal. I've had the honor to attend some meetings of the network's Indigenous Peoples Advocacy Group in Winchester. They've actually been working on educating the schools and towns about Indigenous Americans. In the past, they have written curriculum for elementary schools about Indigenous Americans. Some of my peers are also currently working on curriculum for Winchester schools with help of IPAC. What does a current mascot do for education? It forces American Indigenous people on an equivalent platform as animals and objects. Think of other mascots that you know of. It teaches the Winchester residents one word from the Algonquin language and mispronounces it. It depicts an image of a male Plains Indian, wrong gender, wrong tribe. Their current logo does very little for education, and what it does teach is factually incorrect and harmful. To any Winchester resident who actually cares about furthering education about American Indigenous people, please take a look at the IPAC committee and stop pretending like the SOCM teaches anything. Secondly, I want to address Winchester alumni who say they are proud SOCMs. I am not trying to invalidate your high school experience or take away your sports trophies. If the mascot is changed, your high school years will carry the same memories and your trophies will still be showcased at the high school. But I don't want to graduate as SOCM. I don't want to go to a WHS sports game and say fight in the same sentence as an Algonquin word. As a current student, I want a mascot that I'm not embarrassed of, one that I don't feel racist when I wear it. Times are changing and Winchester must keep up. More and more of America is recognizing that Native American mascots are not okay. We need to listen to our local tribes who have urged us to change it. We need to listen to the studies that have shown that Native mascots are harmful to Native youth. I want to be clear. If you are a graduate of Winchester and say that the mascot is okay, Because you are honoring history and you are a proud Sockham, you are discounting the Native voices who have said that the Sockham is okay, ignoring the fact that the Sockham mascot pushes incorrect information and stereotypes, and you are romanticizing the squaw Sockham who lived on the land that is Winchester by ignoring the fact that she gave up the land out of necessity after her tribe and own family were ravished by smallpox. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. DiMatteo. I'd like to elevate Mr. John Belair. Please state your name and address.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Very well, thank you.
Okay, hi, my name is John Belair, and I'm a rising Winchester High School senior, member of the class of 2021, and also the class president for that class. I'd like to start off with a quote, of course, from Maya Angelou. You guys can probably predict the quote I'm going to use, but I'm gonna read it anyways. Do the best you can do, or do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. So over the course of, the history of this discussion over the mascot, time and again, whether it was 20 years ago when this was first brought up of repealing it, we knew that it was wrong. We knew it was wrong then. When McCall was proposing putting in a new field, they chose not to put the Sachem or the Sockham on that field because they knew it was wrong then, and they kicked the can down the road for us. When people have posted on the residence page in the past, the residence Facebook page that is, and they have been maliciously attacked for voicing their opinions, we knew that they were right. When looking at this call tonight, I know that there are still people out there who believe that we should keep the Sockham logo, but not one, it's 8:32, and not one of them has had the courage to talk because they know it's wrong. So school committee members, I implore you, do the best you can and do better. Change the logo tonight so we can get on to more pressing issues to this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Belair. I'm going to move to Alexa Ing Littner. My apologies on your name. Please state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, my name is Alexa Ing Littner. My maiden name is Stern, and I'm from 50 Woodside Road. I'm an alumna of McCall, Lynch, and Winchester. Lynch, McCall, and Winchester High School, and I overall really loved my time in the Winchester schools. However, our schools really severely lacked diversity when I was there, and it seems that this is still the case in a lot of ways, although has gotten better. I just wanted to note that I feel like this is really to our students' detriment. I remember when I was in school, as somebody who is of mixed race descent, I was teased for bringing in my family's traditional non-American foods for lunch. At the time, I brushed it off and only recently have really reflected on how these types of microaggressions are a reflection of the lack of diversity and inclusion in Winchester schools. When I graduated from Winchester and went to college, I saw more and more how important a diverse student body is and how much it positively impacted my learning and my personal growth. While today you as a school board cannot give Winchester students the benefit of a truly diverse and inclusive student body overnight, it is very easy to discontinue a racist and hurtful mascot. You can also give these students the benefit of seeing adult leaders in their lives prioritize treating all people with respect and care, and see the value of taking steps to create a more inclusive environment. And I strongly urge you to do this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to elevate Erin Schroeder. Please state your name and address for the committee.
Sure, my name is Erin Schrader, and I am, where do I live? I'm new to Winchester, so I'm at 74 Sylvester over in the Lynch district. We've been here for 18 days, and I have two children, one of whom will be a rising first grader, and one who will be in the pre-K program, whatever form that takes. And I just wanted to add a little bit of perspective. I think the case to change the logo and the name has been overwhelming tonight. But I came from Brookline, and in Brookline, in the last 20 years, we've changed our logo and name not once, not twice, but 3 times. And I assure you that the high school was not swallowed by a black hole of nobody having school spirit. If anything, the students kind of rallied around it. It became a point of pride. They were very instrumental in deciding what the logo and mascot would become. We didn't get it right the first time, but right now they're known as the Warriors, and it's a Spartan helmet, or as most kids call it, a Knight's helmet. And the students decided they, did some research, and it didn't end the world. So you can do this, and school pride will still be there, and I think it will be just a real point of pride for the students that are still there, especially considering the ones that we've heard tonight, who you guys are a lot more aware than I was as a high schooler, so I give you a lot of credit. But that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Thank you. You guys have been a great welcoming community.
Thank you very much, and welcome to Winchester. I would like to point out that we are coming up about 10 minutes shy of 2 hours. We're going to continue to take public comment. We currently have 21 people in queue. I'd like to remind people that if someone has already made a comment along the veins that you plan to make, you can feel comfortable lowering your hand if you so desire and allowing someone else to speak. But otherwise, I'm going to continue to go in the order that we have, and I'm going to elevate Mr. Sam Wilson. Mr. Wilson, if you state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, I'm Sam Wilson, the Director of Youth Ministries at Winchester Unitarian Society at 478 Main Street, the church with the Black Lives Matter and rainbow flags. I also work for the UU College of Social Justice and have been a social justice and youth educator for over a decade now. First, I just wanted to lift up Mr. One Wolf's point about education. And yes, let's do that, but to be able to do so authentically and well, we need to commit to a genuine desire for education on this issue by listening to those who are most affected first, and therefore start by getting rid of the logo. Let's also do so by finding and using educators at the forefront of social justice education who recognize intersectionality and recognize how issues that affect those of us who are Indigenous or from other marginalized communities, these issues affect every single one of us and all of our children too. With all due respect, Mr. One Wolf clearly is not such an educator, as evidenced by several things he said tonight, but most notably by his usage of the extremely outdated and quite frankly colonialist term third world country. More so though, I wanted to say that others have talked tonight about the shame and discomfort that the current mascot brings, so I just want to highlight the joy too that a vote getting rid of this mascot would bring by sharing with you all how happy several teens from Wussy G, the Wuss youth group, were the other night when we were talking about this issue, and they started talking about what other awesome mascot possibilities there were. Wildcat, Wombat, so many others came up and made my kids laugh, thinking about the fact that we could actually have a different mascot where you could have like a real person dress up and be the mascot, have fun, dance, do normal school-spirited mascot things without it being horribly awkward, offensive, and racist. They were all so happy, just like laughing, like, oh, what about like a goofy little wombat person or something? You know, that would be funny. Let's bring joy back to, let's bring spirit back to school spirit. So let's find educators who actually align with the standard of excellence our students and families have come to expect. Let's stop harming our kids. And please, let's bring joy back to school spirit while we stand on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight. I'd like to elevate Ms. Lauren McDowell. Please state your name and address for the committee. We do not hear you, Ms. McDowell.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Now we do hear you indeed, yes.
Okay, hello, my name is Laura McDowell and I live on 10 Harrison Street. And I would like to ask that you vote to change the, sorry, my phone just, okay. And I would like to ask that you vote to change the soccer mascot. I'm a 2020 graduate of Winchester High School. I played on the soccer team and track team for 2 years, and I was captain of the JV team in 2017. I was always proud to be on the team and to celebrate with the team, but I was never proud of the mascot that we were under. It wasn't until I became a student, a part of the Winchester Student Allies for Native Mascot Change, that I learned about the truth of this mascot. They're an amazing group of students that have worked so hard and have done an incredible job to educate this community about our mascot. I was appalled that a school that talks about community and inclusivity has a mascot that is so hurtful to Native Americans. What truly breaks my heart is that I never knew how hurtful it was until I educated myself. I think a lot of students at Winchester High School don't know the extent of how destructive our mascot is. Now, with your approval, I would like to read a note from Isha Khanzode, a 2018 Winchester High School graduate who was unable to make it to the meeting tonight. The Winchester Sockum is a deeply troubling and disrespectful mascot built on negative stereotypes of Native people. Mascots are essentially condensed versions of who or what they're trying to portray, and are usually animals. Condensing Native Massachusetts people to a red-faced portrayal of a Great Plains Indian defeats the purpose of honoring and learning about the Massachusetts tribe history, and also automatically equates them to animals, which further alienates them as savages. Using a Native person as a mascot has deep white supremacist roots and ultimately perpetuates their exploitation and erasure as real living people. Native people to this day are still grappling with the long-term effects of this mass genocide, slavery, and why do we want to perpetuate that psychological harm with an outdated racist mascot? How are we honoring Native people that are still living here if the people in Winchester actually want to honor Native Massachusetts people? Start by removing the Winchester High School mascot. Actually learning about and honoring who Native people are takes time, and it's not a history that can be condensed into the Sockum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to elevate Mr. John Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton, if you could state your name and address for the committee.
Good evening. My name is John Hamilton. I live at 23 Dennett Road in Winchester. I am a 1992 Winchester alumni, as is my wife. I have a daughter who graduated in 2019. I have a rising senior son and an incoming freshman son. So I've got some perspective. I've been around. After I graduated Winchester High School, I joined the United States Navy. I spent 14 years in some of the worst places this world has to offer, and they all had one thing in common. None of them were democracies. None of them gave their people the right to vote. This issue has been voted on by the town of Winchester as a whole. You are ignoring that vote. If you wish to move forward tonight, I'm pleading with you not to undermine our democracy and those values that my friends and I fought for, to give you that right to vote. Give it to the town. Trust the people of this country to do the right thing. Trust the people of this town. They have a right to be heard, not to be forced upon in a haphazard manner by the school committee. Some of you were only elected with barely 600 votes. You don't have the right to speak for everybody. If you're saying our votes don't matter, neither are the ones that elected you. I'm asking you to forward it to the town meeting, and let's take a town-wide vote. Let's decide this issue as a community. My second problem with this is that I have a son who has, in his own words, been kicked out of school, isolated from his friends, and removed from all his sports teams and activities. And now you're taking away the only identity he's ever had. Whether you agree or disagree with how that identity is perceived, it doesn't matter. Some of these kids are hurting. And the one-sided arguments I've heard, okay, fine. If you want to remove the logo, let's remove the logo. But let's not do it in a haphazard manner. Let's have a plan to replace it and give them back that identity. I haven't heard a single word about that tonight. But my most important point is the bigger picture of what's going on in this country with the violence all over. We have to hold true to our basic values. And that is, as a democracy, we stand up as one people and make decisions together, not as a small group of people overriding a previous vote that was overwhelmingly in favor. Right or wrong, I suspect it would change this time around. But don't take it upon yourselves tonight to decide this issue for the entire town. Ask the town what to do. That's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. I would like to elevate Ms. Catherine Herlihy. Please state your name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, very well.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Catherine Herlihy. I live at 15 Ridge Street in Winchester. I'm going to be a junior this year, and I've recently been a part of the Winchester Students for Native Mascot Change Group. I'm really happy to see the school committee put this extremely important issue on their agenda, and I'm here today to speak in support of changing the mascot. I, like many other students, am a 3-sport athlete, and the Sockham logo is on my uniform for all 9 months of the school year. I've been playing sports for Winchester for 9 years. I've always been proud to compete for our town, but I was truly embarrassed when I recently learned how harmful the mascot is to Native Americans. For decades, our athletic teams have traveled across the state wearing the Sockham emblem, competing in big meets, tournaments, and games, sometimes with hundreds of people in attendance. We should be ashamed that this is the image we chose to represent Winchester High at athletic events as well as in our school building. We should be striving for more inclusion and diversity, not sending the message that Winchester is unaccepting of others. Native Americans are still here, and these mascots are not denigrating, but denigrating them. Changing the mascot will not erase their history, but rather work to erase prejudice and discrimination in Winchester. Before this past March, I honestly did not have an opinion on the mascot. I didn't know enough, and I was pretty ignorant. But after going to the discussion at the Unitarian Church, I realized there was no way I could continue to support it. Since then, I've been working with the Student Mascot Change Group, as well as the Network for Social Justice, and have committed to doing everything I can to help get it changed the same, or cover up the logo when they can. But I do hope that very soon we'll have a new mascot to wear proudly. Thank you to the school committee for allowing me to speak, as well as for voting on this issue. I know you'll make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to elevate Ms. Amelia Murray. You also have an older version of Zoom, so you will be a panelist temporarily, which means you can choose to turn on your video or not. If you state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Amelia Murray. I live at 2 Stratford Road, and I am part of the Winchester High School class of 2021. I wanted to start by reading a paragraph I wrote a few years ago with the prompt, decide if the Winchester Sockham is an appropriate symbol. I wrote, the Sockham is our symbol, our history, our pride. In my opinion, the Winchester Sockham is a perfect symbol for this town. One reason is that a Sockham represents Winchester very well. A Sockham is a boss, a chief, or a leader. In Winchester, everyone is trying to be the best they can and trying to lead. However, under the Sockham symbol, we can all lead as Sockhams. We can work together to make our town the best it can be for the Sockham name. Another reason is the Sockham is a good reminder of our past. There were a Native American tribe living in the exact spot we live in now. The Sockham is a good reminder that even though the tribe is gone, they shaped our nation's and our town's history. The Sockham is an appropriate symbol that is appropriate for Winchester. So I stumbled across this essay a few days ago, and as I reread it, I became almost ashamed of what I had written. However, I realized that I had grown and learned so much since then and can now look back at it with a critical eye and realize where I was wrong. First, I talked about leadership and pride under the Sachem name. I'm a 3-sport varsity athlete, a 2-time captain, officer of 3 clubs, and a child of an alum from the WHS class of 1989, so naturally I hold a lot of Winchester pride. However, my pride does not extend to a mascot that is hurtful and degrading to a large group of people. We cannot all lead as Sachems if some feel targeted and isolated because of the symbol. Next, I touched upon how the mascot preserves Winchester's past. What I wrote shows how uneducated I was about the Sachem mascot and the Native American history in general. I've been told that all Native Americans were people of the past, and that the Sockham logo is a perfect representation of the tribe and of the chief we are supposed to be respecting. Obviously, neither of these statements are true. A better way to honor and remember Native Americans is through better education. We must start to teach the correct history and dismantle stereotypes, and our first step is changing the mascot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to change your role back to attendee. And I would like to elevate Mr. Adam Reynolds. Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Adam Reynolds. I have spent most of my life living at 85 Pond Street, Winchester, Mass., but went to Chicago for college, where I met and fell in love with a woman who is Native American and did not grow up in Winchester. When she first came home to visit my family and our town, I was ashamed to drive past the racist Native image displayed on the newly constructed high school. I was ashamed to explain to her that I had played sports for a town with that image on my uniform. If this mascot continues to represent our town, I would be ashamed to return to Winchester to raise my family here. Furthermore, I'm ashamed that much of the education I have received about the harm these mascots have caused and about the history of violence against Native Americans in this country has come after I left Winchester, from the woman I love and not the education system I grew up in, one which used a mascot and a name representing Native people. I ask that the school board not only remove this racist mascot, but for the reasons expressed by earlier speakers, commit energy to ensuring that the Winchester school system take responsibility for educating our students about Native history in the classroom. I hope that you'll do these things so that the young people who grew up in this town can return to Winchester and take pride in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to elevate Steve. Oh, no, so I went out of order. My apologies. I will elevate Steve next. First, I'm going to elevate Diane Chabot. Ms. Chabot, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Yes, hello. My name is Diane Chabot, and I live at 12 York Road. And we have 3 daughters, 2 at the high school now, and 1 a proud graduate. The committee heard from our daughter, Grace Wagner, at its last meeting. My husband, Michael Wagner, is a member of the Wampanoag tribe of Aquinnah. He recently was nominated by the tribe to serve on the Massachusetts Commission on Indian Affairs. He has asked me to read the following statement, which are his words alone and do not represent the views of any organization. Using Native American mascots is a form of ethnic stereotyping. To understand that, just look at the image anchored to the side of the high school. Isn't the stereotype the point? To intentionally project a stereotypical image. We could use a likeness of a hornet or a bulldog, but this town has chosen a drawing of a stereotypical chief of a stereotyped population. And as others have described, the use of the sachem in this way has little to do with its meaning to Native peoples. It is rather remarkable that we even need to discuss whether or not this is okay. Is it okay to continue to embrace and to perpetuate a racial stereotype? If it were any other racial minority, would we even have to ask? Mascots stereotyping Asian and Italian populations were changed long ago because it became patently absurd to keep them. Anyone who wants to understand the harms caused by Indian mascots can look on the National Institutes of Health website and find many, many peer-reviewed academic studies chronicling these harms. Mascots are not just hurting the 5 million surviving Native Americans. They are teaching our kids that it's okay to be prejudiced. One article succinctly concluded that Native American mascots selectively facilitate the application of negative stereotypes. Put simply, the use of the mascot is influencing Winchester's children to be prejudiced. Is it possible that this is why some of the town's children with Native American heritage have been bullied in school? Sometimes in front of teachers. Would we tolerate an Asian or African American child being targeted because of his or her racial heritage? Sometimes it's hard to attach real meaning to phrases such as systemic racism. In this case, it's not. Many of you may not know that at one time the United States Supreme Court described Native Americans as inferior beings, lacking the capacity to care for themselves or their resources. Historically, it was the goal of the country to assimilate surviving natives. That's why until very recently, it was okay to have systems in place designed to eradicate Native American culture. It is important that we understand that using Native American mascots developed in that context. There was no systemic effort to honor such cultures. Systemic racism is why Native American mascots persist despite the documented harm and laws prohibiting discrimination and requiring equal treatment. I understand that people say they feel attached to the tradition of the mascot and that they don't want things to change. And yet many, many Winchester alumni have spoken tonight, and there's a petition with more than 5,000 signatures that attest to the fact that they feel no pride in this racist image. We understand that there has been a rather steep learning curve on this issue. But at this moment in time, having received input from Native American individuals and groups, and having had the town had the courage to make a statement against racism of any kind, how can we maintain this image? Those who argue that Winchester maintain a demonstrably harmful mascot as an expression of devotion to respect for Native peoples presents us with a strange paradox. Should Winchester retain its mascot to honor a people that find the use of the mascot degrading and demeaning? As Professor Dumbledore told Neville Longbottom, it takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to your friends. Whether one believes in God, spirits inhabiting every rock and tree and creature, or a big ball of conscious energy, I believe the universe joins me in celebrating those of you, particularly some of our daughter's friends, who have had the courage to ask their friends and neighbors to take a look at this issue. And one final point in response to the speaker who very courageously has served our country. It should no longer be okay for a town to vote to violate the civil rights of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to point out that we are now officially at the 2-hour mark. We have 16 people with their hands raised, 15. Again, if someone has already made a comment that you feel encapsulates what you were going to say, allowing room for everyone to speak and also have a chance for us to deliberate would be ideal. But I'm going to keep on going and allow elevate Steve. Steve, if you would state your name and address for the committee. Steve, I've elevated you. If you would state, unmute yourself and state your name and address for the committee. With the committee's permission, I will come to Steve in a moment and elevate Greg. Greg, you've been elevated. Please state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, my name is Greg Wynn. I live at 19 Carter Street in Winchester, Mass. I have 2 children that are at Winchester Lynch School. They are 5th generations in this community. My dad was a football captain a long time ago. I was also a football captain and hockey captain. Not a big deal. In any event, I feel like the platform that we've had an opportunity to discuss tonight has fallen short. I thought this could have been an opportunity for dialogue, to maybe implement a change or to hear what the community has to say. Unfortunately, my takeaway is this. This has been 2 hours in. 2 hours into this, and we've heard 2 people. Mr. Hamilton supported, and thank you for your service, sir. And now myself. So my takeaway is this has been a predetermined procession of gaslighters. Shameful on the school committee watching your reactions to people speak. I'm just so disappointed in being a Winchester sachem at this point. But you know what? I'm a proud Winchester sachem, and I always will be. 2 quick stories for you. My kids look at their Uncle Jeff and his tattoo on his leg of a sachem. They couldn't be more proud of their uncle and the Winchester sachem. And when they walk into Winchester High School, it's like walking into Notre Dame Stadium. They couldn't be prouder. They are so proud of the background and what this community has done for their family and the people around them. We wear the sachem head with pride. And this narrative today illustrates that if we support the sachem, we're racist. Shame on the school committee for presenting this narrative. Really disappointed. Second story I'd like to tell is family by the Gills in town. Hall of Fame family, one of the greatest families in the community. It's shameful that you would want to impact the Gill family and how the Sachem has been intertwined in their lives, in all of our lives. We love the Gills. And if I'm a racist to support the Sachem, which is the narrative that's been created, then I'm a proud Sachem. I'll tell you that much. In closing, I just find it really disappointing that the opportunity here tonight has fallen short. It's basically been a predetermined presentation of gaslighters, because for me to be the second person in over 2 hours that's been allowed to speak on this, shameful. The community will speak on this. When you vote tonight, you may vote tonight, but the community in the majority, which has not been portrayed here this evening, will vote down the road. I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity, but really discuss it at this point in the school committee. All the best.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. As I have been stated, I'm simply working my way down the list of people who have raised their hands to speak. I'm going to return to Steve. Again, I only have the first name. If you could unmute yourself and state your name and address. Okay, I'm going to return you to the queue, and I'm going to elevate Ms. Erin Daly. Ms. Daly, if you unmute yourself and state your name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin Daly. I live at 23 Johnson Road. I have 3 children, all under the age, all 4 and under. They'll be entering the Winchester public school system shortly. And I'd like to echo Mr. Hamilton's point, but I have 3 additional points. The first point is the fact that we have a gross misunderstanding of mascots among this community. The mascots are not just animals and symbols. I went to the University of Notre Dame, and I think someone spoke about the University of Notre Dame, the mascot of which is the Fighting Irish, which is a short Irish man who is drunk and constantly fighting. It's a stereotypical portrayal of Irish people. I am Irish, if you can't tell by my name. A lot of people in Massachusetts are Irish. It's patently offensive if taken at its front, but people love him. In where I grew up, there were mascots called the Jesuits, and no one took offense to it. Now, these are examples of private schools, of course, and we're talking about public schools. My second point is a term is not racist unless we make it racist. If we take pride in a term, if we respect that word and that term, if we give respect to the people who brought that term into that society, we cannot make that term racist. You cannot be calling people racist because you use a word that means something. I believe the word sachem means chief. That does not make you racist for using that term. There's an article in the New York Times, probably, and this will show my age, probably 15 years ago, that used the word niggardly, which means frugal. There were mass protests over this article because of people's own ignorance. If you use ignorance to fuel your fire, you are just perpetuating society. You're teaching children to make mountains out of molehills, and you're not teaching children what social justice actually is. I have a bachelor's from a Jesuit university, a PhD from a Catholic university, and a JD from now. And I know what social justice is. And social justice is about fighting for injustice when it really means injustice. And injustice is not about making mountains out of molehills. And the last point is about Mr. Hamilton's point. This is a constitutional issue. The people of Winchester already voted on this. You are taking that vote and invalidating it. Furthermore, with respect to anybody that brings up the Washington Redskins, the reason why, to lay a little education on people, the reason why the Washington Redskins wanted to change their logo became an issue with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, because the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office tried to make it become, they said that it was patently offensive. 5 years later, the U.S. Supreme Court denied that as a First Amendment, as an invalid First Amendment, So this is a First Amendment right. If the people of Winchester have said that they want this to be their logo, you are, as government officials, are essentially denying a First Amendment right to the people of Winchester. And that's not right. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. I will gonna give one last chance to Steve. Steve, if you could state your name and address for the committee and unmute yourself. Okay, Steve, I'm gonna return. I'm gonna assume that you may have stepped away from your computer. And I'm going to move on to...
Point of order, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. This is Chris, sorry. I just want to ask, when you say one last chance, in case Mr. Mix has stepped away, I just want to interject. I really am sensitive to the concerns we've heard from folks with other points of view. And I hope that we don't sort of kick him to the curb. So even if Mr. Mix is the last one we hear tonight, it'd be good if you give him one last shot. That's all. I'm just asking you to keep him on your list.
I've not removed him. I simply am not going to continue to call on him because your time and our time is valuable. But I will call on him or her at the end of calling on the remainder of the people. We have 16 people on the list at 3 minutes. That would be 48 minutes. I just want to inform the committee and remind people waiting to speak that if they are able to not speak, we will have an opportunity to have more time to deliberate. So I will point that out, and I would elevate Ms. Sandy Thompson. If you unmute yourself and state your name and address.
Hi, Sandy Thompson at 207 Cross Street.
Good evening.
I actually took my hand down at your request because I really have nothing to add other than to say that I'm strongly in support of changing the logo. I think we've heard some powerful voices tonight. I know it's hard to give up something that people are used to, have been used to for many years, but this is a time to do the right thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson, and thank you for keeping it brief. I really appreciate it. With that, I will move on to Ms. Ada Nordan. You also have an older version, so you're being promoted to a panelist. You can choose to keep your video off if you prefer, or keep your video on. State your name and address for the committee, please. And you're muted.
Hi, my name is Ada Norden, and I live on 29 Grayson Road, Winchester. Hello, everyone. My name is Ada Norden. I am 15 years old, and I'm going into my sophomore year at Winchester High School. I've been part of the Winchester Student Allies for Native Mascot Change since December 2019, and I've learned so much over these past few months. I've lived in Winchester my whole life. Ever since I was little, I remember hearing "Go Sachems" at my friends' soccer games, even though the word is technically pronounced Sockum, seeing Sachem Pride on t-shirts and mugs, and driving past the high school, seeing the big logo on the outside of the school. In 8th grade, we had a history assignment to write about our opinion on the mascot. By then, I already believed that the mascot was wrong to use and had educated myself. But I noticed that my classmates who were in favor of keeping the Sockum all had the same points of, "It means a lot to me, it's our town's history, and it's honoring Native people." While I understand that those who want to keep the Sockum have good intentions, I'd ask you to look further. Even though the Sockum may mean a lot to you, it isn't our symbol to take. We shouldn't be taking the Sockum and using it for our benefit. It doesn't even honor our town's history, because it isn't historically accurate. Most people at school think that the Sachems were a tribe, while the Sockum was actually one woman. Winchester took the word from the Algonquin language, and it's pronounced Sockum, not Sachem. I often hear that the Sockum means leader, but when the members of the Massachusetts tribe came to speak in Winchester, we learned that Sockum is inherited. Not everyone can be a Sockum. It's not our place to use this word. It's not appreciating their culture, it's appropriating it, even if your intentions may be good. The mascot doesn't even represent what the Sockum would have looked like. Our mascot is a man with a plain-style headdress, while the Sockum was a woman, not plains. I also often hear that changing the Sockum is erasing history of Native people. There are many better ways to educate the youth on Native American history. I never learned about the Sockum in all of my 10 years in Winchester Public Schools, but what I did learn was a glorified version of history, completely glazing over the genocide colonizers caused against Native people. Lastly, I'm going to say this. Changing the mascot only takes 0.2% of the town's budget, and WHS gets new uniforms every 2 years anyway. This change is long overdue, and a change must happen. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time. I'm going to return you to an attendee. And with that, I will elevate Dave. Dave, if you would state your name and address for the committee.
Hey, Brian, Dave Beauchamp, 63 Richardson Street.
Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Outstanding. Thanks for doing this, Brian. I know it's a tough gig, but we all appreciate it. You're a lifelong resident like myself, like Timmy Nolan and Greg. First, I want to defend Timmy Nolan. There was a woman earlier who suggested that he paid One Wolf, and that's nonsense. And the school committee needs to speak up and defend him, because the real question should be why it took so long for the school committee to agree to have One Wolf on. And as far as Greg, I love you, buddy. And we are long-time Sachem residents, and that's not going to change. And so my question to Judy right now, if she's still there, can I ask a question?
This is not, you are welcome to ask a question, but this is not a question and answer session, so you can ask a question.
Well, I like to, it's come to my attention that Judy was removing the Sachem logo off the high school today until she was stopped by Mr. Gill. And like Greg said, this has been predetermined. So I want everyone to know that. And that's it. And you guys, you really need to keep your social justice out of the schools. There's no place for it. Just teach my kids. Teach them ABCs, 1, 2, 3s. I'm the parent. I'll decide what's racist, what's not. My wife's Black. She's lived here a long time. She's never experienced any racism. Have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Beauchamp.
Mr. Vanalia.
Miss just a moment. Yes, Dr. Evans?
Just to clarify, not sure why rumors like this would start or why someone would share something to be so false. I was not at the high school today, nor would I take it upon myself to remove anything from the high school. This is a school committee decision. I have the utmost respect for Mr. Gill, and I'm sure he could verify that I was not in attendance at any such event.
Thank you, Dr. Evans, for that clarification. I would like to elevate Mr. Evan Edler. Please state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, hi, I'm Evan Edler. I live at 12 Prince Ave. I'll keep this brief because I know you'll hear from a lot of people tonight, and you'll hear from a couple more. I just wanted to say, I have lived in Winchester for over a decade. I've attended Morocco McCall, and I'm now a rising senior at Winchester High School. I'm a co-president of the WHS Student Council, as well as a sports captain and an officer of 4 other clubs, and a student representative for the school committee. I'm also currently going into my 10th athletic season at the high school. I am proud of our school, of the people in it, and the things they have done. Over my time at WHS, that pride has never been associated with the Sachem mascot. I don't refer to myself as the Sachem, and don't hear my peers or my teammates. We are Winchester, regardless of the picture on our shirts or the front of our school. We're proud of our mascot, no, sorry, we're proud of our town, not our mascot. That is all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edler, and thank you for your service to the committee as well. I would like to elevate Mr. Tommy Belair. Please state your name and address for the committee.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, very well.
My name is Tommy Belair, and I live at 136 Highland Avenue in Winchester, Massachusetts. I just wanted to say that there have been some allegations that this has been predetermined or that the school committee has not been going down the list. I just wanted to say that everyone here has had a chance to speak if we're going in order. I joined at 8 p.m. And so that means that if anyone else who is against the Sachem logo has wanted to speak, they would have spoken by now. I also wanted to say that since there's kind of a point made earlier about having a vote, I think that in essence, this call is sort of in some ways a vote. I think that the vast majority of people who have been speaking on this call have been in strong support of removing the Sachem, as have I. And I think that if there is opposition, then I wonder, and there is such a pressure for a vote, then why haven't they been speaking up? I also wanted to kind of offer a couple of points and stories about kind of my experience with the Sachem, or the Sachem as it should be pronounced. I graduated Winchester High School in the class of 2019 last year, and I also was an editor-in-chief of the Red and Black. When I graduated and moved on to college, I love talking about my experiences at Winchester High School. I love talking about my friends and all my great teachers and all the great experiences I've learned, and kind of talking about all these great things that I loved about my childhood. And I, as the only person at my college who went to Winchester that's in my grade, I felt like there's this pressure for me to represent Winchester well and be kind of a model student in a way so that so that people could kind of call Winchester a really welcoming and cool place, and I could represent the town to the best of my ability. And I was really disheartened because if I ever wore a Sachem like shirt or a Sachem gear or anything that would represent my town in kind of those ways, I wouldn't feel welcomed. I would be representing my town wrong. And therefore I couldn't really represent the town that I so wanted and I so badly wanted Winchester to be, of being inclusive and being intellectual and all those things, because the ways that I had to express my pride in my town had been tainted by this racist mascot. And I don't think that that's a great way for us to be demonstrating ourselves to our communities outside of Winchester. I thank everyone for the opportunity to speak. And I also want to add that I think it's very important that we make this decision now, both so that we can go into the new school year with a good direction forward. I know we've kind of been distanced from online. It also makes economic sense because I know that Adidas has offered to make new uniforms for Winchester, and if we don't act on this offer, now it could be taken away, especially if we are forced to change the Sachem logo by legislative authority. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Belair. I would like to allow, I think I might have gone out of order accidentally by one, so I will get to K.N. Nash next, but now I've elevated, my apologies, I don't know how to pronounce your name, and I don't want to ruin it. If you could state your name and address for the committee, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Ajitha Basin, and my address is 28 Lockyland. I'm an alumni of WHS class of 2015, and I'm speaking tonight in favor of removing the current mascot and name. I just want to express my gratitude to the Native voices who have given us an immense amount of labor and education to all of us throughout this process. The experiences of Native folks should be treasured, uplifted as gifts, and above all else, held as the utmost importance in this conversation. Throughout this call, it has been clearly expressed the numerous and endless ways that Native mascots are harmful. Therefore, I just want to call it to attention how we've been socialized by white supremacy and colonization in Winchester by the very fact that we think we can come together week after week and debate the dignity and respect of Native people. This should not be up for conversation. The questioning of Native people's lived experience is the true gaslighting. Writer and activist Sonia Renee Taylor urges us all to look inward and question why we think we have the power to question or speak on the dignity and respect of another group. I want us to all realize that anti-racist work is work that liberates us all by repairing our own relationship to our own humanity. And this starts in Winchester with removing the Native mascot and name. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to elevate K.N. Nash. Please state your name and address for the committee.
Good evening, Brian. Thank you very much. And thanks to all the committee for your time and dedication. I've been a resident in town since the 70s, and I live at 10 Greystone Circle. I really don't have much to add. I'm so impressed, and so particularly impressed with our students who've done such incredible work. And we watch them grow in front of us. I can't say something more about how impressed I am with them. And it really, I guess I would say one thing. I really think at this moment in history, it's time for the adults to bear the decision on this issue rather than our children to bear it. And I encourage you all to vote this evening to discontinue the use of the mascot and name and move forward with hope and opportunity for education in the classroom where it belongs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With that, I would like to elevate Ms. Schuyler Marnick. Ms. Marnick, if you could state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, very well.
Okay, cool. Hello, my name is Schuyler Marnick, and I am at 3 Westgate Road, and I support the movement to change the soccer mascot, which is rooted in white supremacy and hatred for minorities. I will be brief, but as a student in Winchester going into the 8th grade, I can confirm that this mascot brings me nothing but disappointment. I am not proud to be a part of a town with an offensive mascot. I am not proud to wear a tie with the Sockham logo on it. And most importantly, I am not proud to be a part of a town that is afraid to do better. The reality is this: it's 2020 and we still have people in our town fighting against changing a racist caricature. There is no excuse for this, especially because many of us pride ourselves on living in a very progressive town. How progressive are we, and how are we supposed to represent Winchester when the face of it is offensive and stereotypes millions of people? There are no valid reasons to keep the Sockham as our mascot, other than resistance to change. That's all there is. There is no representation, it is not honoring natives, and us deciding how they should feel when there are so few Native Americans in our area is ridiculous. The stereotypical caricatures that portray the Native community are offensive, harmful, and racist. If this mascot is unchanged, it goes to show that Winchester is not willing to be progressive as a whole and refuses to acknowledge the racism in our community. As a student in the Winchester School District, I think that change should be made in my community. Especially at this time, it is important to speak up for what is right. As I've said before, what does our silence say about us as a community? I would also like to add a rebuttal to what Mr. Beauchamp said. Students should be very much involved in social justice, as it is their future that their decisions are shaping. Removing social justice from schools is showing children that ignorance is okay and we should not be promoting this. At the end of the day, silence is the loudest and most memorable action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marnick. We have currently 9 people in queue. I would again remind you, if you feel that what you would like to add has already been said and you feel that you can pass, I would welcome that. At the same time, I want to allow everybody to talk. I'm going to allow Ms. Erica Hoffman to speak. Please state your name and address for the committee. Ms. Hoffman, you're unmuted, but I do not hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now we hear you.
My name is Erica Hoffman. I live at 7 Fairlane Terrace. I wanted to thank the school committee members. And also I just wanted to say, I've been so impressed with the Winchester High School students that have spoken out tonight. I just been blown away really by their words and stuff. I also wanted, I think that we have heard what the majority of the town wants. And what the majority of the town wants is regarding the sacred mascot. And I believe you will do the right thing and listen to the majority and also to the local Native American people. I hope you will also do the same and listen to the Winchester school community regarding more in-person schooling for our younger grades. I would like the school committee to direct the superintendent to incorporate the new DC guidance that came out last Friday, which strongly supports children through grades kindergarten to grade 5 for more in-person schooling, as they've identified these kids as high risk. I think things need to be looked out of the box, like Chris Nixon brought up at the last meeting, and not look at all, don't put in all elementary, middle school and high school into one model, and they should be broken up into different models. And look at other, and also utilize other buildings in towns such as the Jenks Centre, Parkhurst, and try and think a bit more out of the box. The hybrid plan that was presented last week at the school committee was misleading, as parents did not choose that model that was presented in the survey. It was completely different from the survey model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hoffman. I would like to elevate Isabella. Isabella, if you'd state your name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, very well.
Hi, I'm Isabel Tedesco. I live at 44 Church Street. So I really just wanted to say, in response to some of the people who were saying that this was premeditated because they haven't heard their opinions echoed, I think one of the main things to remember is that it is possible that the majority of people don't share your opinion. And I'm not here to say that one opinion is right. But I think if you are calling for a vote or majority rule, the people who decided to show up here today and make their voices heard overwhelmingly were in support of the removal of the mascot. This is not to say that I think you're a racist or I think you're a bad person. I just think change is inevitable, and being angry over certain change just isn't the most positive way to go. We have plenty of more important things to be dealing with right now, and I don't think this is the thing we should be railing against happening. And I would also just like to say, for those non-Native people who say that the sachem is a point of pride for you, why are you using someone else's culture as a point of pride for you? It's not yours. And I just wanted to correct myself if I pronounced Sachem sachem. And also, if you care so much about the sachem, why are you pronouncing it incorrectly? So the culture of the Sachem, A, is not correct, and B, it's not ours, and it's not ours to claim, and we can appreciate it, but we don't own it. Thank you so much for letting me speak, and have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to elevate Ms. Catherine Curtis. You also have an older version of Zoom, so you will show up as a panelist. You are welcome to video yourself, but either way, if you state your name and address, we welcome you. And
can you hear me?
Now we hear you, yes.
Thanks, everyone. I'll be brief. I wanted to start off by thanking Sagamore Ferris Gray for honoring our discussion with his presence and his words. I think that was really important. And also to thank the school committee for taking the time. I know you have a lot going on right now. I'm glad that you're able to take the time to listen to everyone on this, but particularly to our students. The one point I just thought I wanted to make, the thought I had was, in all this discussion, we haven't talked so much about what a mascot is for, what a name and mascot is for. And it's really to rally the students. It's to rally the students around their athletics, the school. And we've heard tonight from so many current students and recent grads that it's not fitting that objective. And so I hope that the school committee will listen to our students and just let them know that it's important to speak up and that you've heard them and you understand how uncomfortable they are right now with this mascot and name. And if it's not obvious, I'm in favor of moving on from this. I know it's sad for a lot of people. I had a similar thing happen with my college, but I think it's just a necessary step at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to return you to a role as an attendee and elevate Mr. Sean McDowell. Mr. McDowell, if you would state your name and address for the committee.
Yeah, this is Sean McDowell. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee, for having me. My name is Sean McDowell. I live at 10 Harrison. I've got 3 kids in the public school. I understand. I understand where Tim Nolan and a Greg Wynn might be coming from. I grew up in Ithaca, New York, and our mascot was the Little Red Indians. I was captain of the swim team, track team, and cross country team, and I had a lot of records up on the school board. So when there was a discussion about removing the logo, I felt like it was erasing my history and potentially even erasing some of my accomplishments. That logo was changed 20 years ago, and none of my accomplishments were erased with that. None of my memories. I had wonderful times with all of my friends and colleagues and students. And so I know it's a scary time. I was in that same place, but you don't have to be nervous about that. It doesn't erase any history or your pride in the town. The second point that I would like to make is that I'm a designer. I worked for Nike for 22 years. I elevated to the level of vice president, and I'm willing to offer my services to help with a new logo. I know that was something that John Hamilton had mentioned. I'm willing to do a branding workshop. I've done this many times at a world-class level. I think it would be really kind of exciting for us to work together to come up with something that is really kind of amazing and world-class and something that we can be proud of. I'm so proud of these students. Let's give them a 21st century logo and mascot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind offer. I would like to elevate Mr. Jefferson Rao. Please state your name and address. And you'll need to unmute yourself. Mr. Rao, I will come back to you and move on to Mr. M. Khan. M. Khan, if you state your name and address.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, my name is Marlon Khan, 22 Chisholm Road, Winchester. Thank you so much for having this meeting and having me here, for giving up your time for this really important topic and subject. First off, completely blown away by the students. Thank you so much. I have a child who's entering first grade. So I really, it was wonderful how captivating they were, how they really moved to the conversation. So congratulations, it's really wonderful. They did a great job. I think I agree with them completely. I would like to just reflect on a second on some of the Native voices that we heard, and particularly that they said a couple of times in a couple of different ways that this doesn't only damage Native children, but this damages other children as well, how they then see themselves in relationship to other people. So I would urge you to please make the decision to abandon, retire, and to transition towards that amazing world-class offer that you just received. Thank you so much if you're still on the line. And to save my own children the weight of having to be saddled with the image that perpetuates the damage that your students have so eloquently stated tonight. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. The person we had elevated before is no longer has their raised hand, so I'm going to move on to Ms. Grace Yanucci. If you'd state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Grace Yanucci. I'm a rising senior at WHS, and I just want to apologize to you guys that you have had to sit here for so long. Originally, I put my hand down because everything I had to say was said, but I'm pretty sure I heard the N-word, so now I have to give my opinion. I feel like I must add that in a democracy, everything is always changing, and that without democracy, we would not be able to vote today as women. The vote to change the sachem was 20 years ago, and the school committee has allowed anyone to come and speak tonight. Nothing was predetermined, and this conversation should be about Native Americans and how they feel, because that is what our mascot stereotypically depicts. It is a shame that some people are trying to dictate to Indigenous people what is and is not racist. We need to stop reinforcing the binary code of racism. We need to change the mascot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yanucci. With that, I'm going to elevate Steve. Steve, if you would state your name and address and unmute yourself.
Hello there. My name is Steve DeCanto. I live at 10 Blossom Hill Road in Winchester. So I was attending earlier, but I had to leave at about 7:45 for a doctor's appointment. But I'm back, and I appreciate all the time that you folks have been giving this topic. I know it's one of importance to a lot of people. I was born and raised in town. I do not have a predetermined or a set view on what this should be. I'm really hoping that that whatever the decision is, that it's made for just cause or using good reasoning. There have been a couple of comments about why there seems to be such a maybe there has been a lopsided point of view expressed here tonight. In part, you have to understand that there may be some people that feel differently than those that would like it taken down and remove the mascot and the logo, the name, but they don't speak up, because in this day and age, it's so easy for people that have a different point of view to condemn people that don't share their point of view and basically destroy them if they can. We're seeing that happen nationwide right now. So there's been a little bit of talk about a couple of things. You know, I hear people going back and forth, sachem, sachem. You know, to me, that's pontification over, you know, something that's not relevant. If there's an issue that the American Indians or the indigenous people of this country have, it's certainly not with the pronunciation. It's more their education, certain addictions that they may have that they need some help with, trying to elevate them as a group. And I don't think any one of them is going to put the name of a chief or a picture that is not ridiculing them tops on the list of things that they probably need to improve as a group. My understanding of sachem was that sachem was actually, the squaw sachem was the widow of the leader of the sachems of the local tribe. So while we've had several people come and speak that were authorities on this, I also feel that oftentimes the authorities that rise to the surface to speak up are of one mind. They may not represent the larger group of people, but they're the most vocal. And that may or may not be true in this instance, I don't know. But I do feel that what's happening here is, when I've heard some of the students speak, you know, what's lost in this is really the truer definitions of racism and damage that's being done to our children. And the talk of racism, everything is racist these days, and therefore nothing is. It used to be that racism was the belief of a certain race of people that were felt they were superior by birth or nature, superior to others, or discriminate or show hatred based upon race. But now almost everything is being called racist, and we're losing really, the definition of racism. So if there's something to be said about this, what I keep hearing is that we've lost the sense of what the indigenous people are in this country. And it would be a good idea, I think, that the school committee consider improving that in the education system so that people have a better understanding of the indigenous people of this country. And let's not overlook the fact that the human beings as a race are the most violent of all species. For centuries, for as long as humanity's been around, they have killed, not for food, but for dominance. They've enslaved people to produce a better or a larger society for themselves. That's the way society or the civilization has been for years. It's not an American theme. It's been for centuries. And I don't think that it's fair to really look at the American issues as being solely the cause of all of these issues within the country, or when we talk about racism, that's what this is all about, that it's just an American thing, because it's a human race, and including the Indians. They weren't, I think one spokesperson for an Indian group said that they were fishermen and farmers. That may be true. My understanding of Indians growing up was that they were proud, a strong community. They were very family orientated, and they were very tribal. And there's some very good things about that. But that's not to say that they didn't capture, kill, enslave other Indians in their areas to protect their tribe or their territory. So it would be I think it'd behoove the school committee to take a lot of this conversation to heart, in that if the issue is racism and the issue is people are not aware of the indigenous people in this country, rather than looking at stereotypes. I think one speaker spoke about, instead of letting logos perpetrate negativity, I'm not quite sure that we can say that, because when you take a look at the fact that we put up monuments for our heroes or monuments for memorable people, we put up monuments and markers at cemeteries to remember people. I do think monuments are important. So a logo that defames someone or ridicules someone, no, that's not acceptable. But if it's a proud logo, as the artist of this particular logo described himself in how he felt when it was selected to be used, I don't see that there's a problem with that in itself. But honored, we always, for our lifetime, we have honored people through imagery, whether it's statues or monuments. So even though there's a great rush in this country to right now to be socially or politically correct and woke, there's a lot of things that are happening with a rush to get things done, because it seems like that's basically what the loudest voices are calling for, but that doesn't make it right. So I would ask that the school committee take into consideration all of the dialogue tonight, whether it falls on the side of removing the logo or removing the Sachem name, or the comments that have been made about the ignorance that people have toward the indigenous people of this country, and maybe do something to improve that, because we don't want to be labeled ignorant. But when you see girls on TikTok, 15 or 16-year-olds, singing songs to a melody that we're all familiar with, and they're singing F the USA, you have to wonder what they are being taught in school and why so many people are arriving at the fact that we are so racist.
May I, you've gone well over your time, and I want to let you have as much time as you want, but 3 minutes is sort of where we're trying to limit.
Yeah.
We've been very flexible. If you could wrap up what you wanted
No,
to say.
I will wrap up, exactly. I know it's been a long night. As a matter of fact, I did note that some of the speakers that were favored speakers by this committee spoke 6 or 7 minutes. So I do appreciate letting me speak over. I didn't have a prepared statement. And again, I'm not looking to criticize any of the conversations that were held. I appreciate your time and effort, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you very much. We have 4 people with raised hands. I would like to call on all 4 of those. And unless there is any dissent from the committee, I would like to close public comment at the completion of all 4 remaining raised hands. Is that acceptable to the committee? Okay, I would like to allow to talk Mario Moriera. Mr. Moriera, if you would state your name and address.
Sure. My name is Mario Moreira. I'm at 28 North Gateway. I'll leave you with the story. It is the year 2120. A species of aliens has landed on the shores of Earth. Humans initially helped them, and in fact, break bread with the aliens. But over the next century, the aliens start taking some lands from the humans and eventually take most of the lands, leaving humans with small, poorly equipped reservations. Humans suffer for the next 300 years. But the aliens say, no worries, we will name our sports teams after you. One team will be named the Human Warriors. Another will be named the Homo sapien Whiteskins. The alien stated, don't worry, it honors you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mr. Vinay,
Yes, yes, Ms. Brooks.
I know that you had said you were not going to take anybody after Aaron, but I'm noticing that there is somebody's name who keeps popping on and off. It looks like Maureen, and I am not sure if she's trying to speak or not speak, but I wouldn't want her voice not to be heard if that's what she chooses to do. But I've seen her in the list and then pop off the list and then in the list. So if she would like to speak, I'd like to ask her to raise her hand and get in queue, just so that we don't.
Thank you very much for pointing that out. So we will be calling on Mr. Serbier, Ms. Boyd, Aaron, and if this 4th person comes, we will also call on them. I want to give us time to discuss this tonight, but I also want to make sure every voices can be heard. I will have gone through every raised hand that we had tonight. I'm going to allow Mr. Serbier to speak. If you state your name and address for the committee, Mr. Serbier.
My name is John Serbier. I'm a 50-year resident of Winchester, living at 9 Chestnut Street. I'd like to make just 3 brief comments this evening. First, as I described in my written submission of a week ago, I had the opportunity in my professional career to collaborate with the Tribal College of the Confederated Tribes of the Salish and Kootenai, located in Northwest Montana. At one point, I asked the people I was working with for their thoughts on Winchester's use of the Sachem name and logo. Consistent with the testimony presented to you by Native Americans both this evening and last week, they considered the Sachem name, the use of the Sachem name by Winchester, as being inappropriate. My argument that we were honoring a woman leader was not at all convincing to them. So that's the view of the Salish Kootenai tribes. Second, it is interesting for me to look at the use of the Sachem name through the lens of the town's human rights statement, since I was actively involved with the select board and town manager in preparing this statement. I agree with the conclusion that the current use of the Sachem name is not NOT, not consistent with respecting and ensuring equal opportunity for all individuals. And then finally, on a personal note, the high school I attended in Northwest Ohio long used the word Mohawk as the athletic name and logo. In response to the kinds of issues that have been raised concerning Sachem, they eliminated use of the Mohawk name in the early 1990s, nearly 30 years ago. It is time for Winchester to make a similar decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to elevate Ms. Mia Boyd, you will also be a panelist. You're welcome to, because of your version of Zoom, you're welcome to turn off your video if you so desire. But your video is currently on if you want it on.
Hi. I've already been on here once, so I'm gonna make it really quick. So I've seen a lot of amazing speeches tonight, and I've learned so much. But this one stuck out to me. He said that racism. Everybody's saying now that everything's racist, and I just want to say that the racism has always been there, but now people are actually having voices. People are actually speaking against this, and I just want to say it's not the racism forming. It's the racism has always been there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Brian, I see Maureen back. Perhaps we should take her because she
I just elevated Erin to speaking, and then I will call Maureen again. The last name is K.E. Nash, who already spoke, but I will give her a chance to speak again if there's something she wanted to add. But I've elevated Erin, and then I will call Maureen. Erin, if you say your name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I am Erin Boyle of 22 Willowdale Road here in Winchester. I have been here for about 27 or so years. I was still a student in the Winchester schools 30 years ago when this debate started. And I've also gone to a liberal arts high school where I had to, for a whole month, study the history of Native Americans, multiple cultures, multiple histories. And when I heard someone bring up, we need to bring that education to the schools, I strongly agree. I was just very lucky that I had the privilege to do that. But also, when he said suddenly everything's racist, that is not true. It has always been racist. We've just now been brought aware to it and are now taking responsibility. This logo has made me very uncomfortable from the very beginning, because I was lucky to be raised to learn and value history and what you can learn from it. And in all these things, particularly now we're hearing from people of color, how much this has hurt them psychologically and even physically, as we have learned in science, particularly with African Americans and the effect of slavery and Jim Crow and all these Confederate statues. That is very much the same with the Sachem logo. It's time to retire it. We can put it in a museum to teach our history about why we did it, why it was wrong, and what can we do to improve. That is mostly what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will allow to talk, elevating Maureen Pimentel. If you would state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Maureen Quill Pimentel. I live at 4 Overlook Way in Winchester, Massachusetts. I just had 2 points for the board. First is I'm a lifelong resident of Winchester. I was raised here. My dad was born here and also raised here. I believe that this issue is contentious and there are a lot of points of view on this issue. I'd like to just state that I do believe that there should be more discussion to come to a resolution as to how to move forward with our logo. That is my first point of issue. I asked the board not to vote tonight, but to actually allow people who don't feel they can speak on this issue, as the wave of people speaking tonight, I believe, have kept them silent. My second point is Tim Nolan is an upstanding member of this community who was born and raised here and also has a business here, has raised his children here, and all he did tonight was try to bring another view to this meeting and was called out as something to get a financial gain to doing so. And I do believe that the messaging around this topic has been that if you are not for removing the sachem, you should not have a voice in this argument. And I am not saying that I am for or against this argument. I am just saying that there are two sides to an argument, and I don't believe that the other side has been well represented, as they are fearful of bringing their points of view to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see the last hand raised is by K.E. Nash again. Ms. Nash, I'll allow you to talk. I had not realized before that I allowed someone to speak twice. If you could restate your name and address, and I'll allow you to speak quickly to follow up on something you want to say. This is the last raised hand we have.
My name is Kay Nash. I live at 10 Greystone Circle. There's no follow-up. I'm very sorry. I thought I unmuted. I thought I lowered my hand a long time ago. So I regret it. This discussion has been very full, and I think we're finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no hands raised at this point in time, I will close public comment and move into the next part of our discussion, which is action item, consideration of change to the use of Sachem name and logo. Superintendent Evans, is there anything you'd like to kick off this discussion with? We've been here for a while now listening to what everybody had to say. I was very impressed with everyone who spoke, especially impressed with all of the students who spoke. They spoke eloquently. They spoke about their own personal experiences. I think it speaks to what you and Dr. Alanema and what everyone at Winchester Public Schools have been doing, which is to teach our students to be leaders. And I wanted to give you a chance to kick off this discussion if you were so inclined. Dr. Evans.
Thank you very much. This is now entering my 6th year as superintendent. This is an issue that's been brought to my attention repeatedly over the last 5 years by students, teachers, and community members. And it was one that I've discussed with school committee members as well, wondering when the right time would be to bring this forward as a community conversation. I think it's helpful that this issue was raised more recently by student groups who had worked to have community conversation about this and was brought to school committee as a request and not something that the school committee necessarily wanted to tackle. The timing is never great for engaging in decisions like this that have an impact on large numbers of people, especially when we're trying to desperately find a way to return to school for as many students as possible. But I think given the recognition and the eloquent words of our students, that we have to listen to our students and our community members and make the right decision moving forward. Should you vote to eliminate the use of Native American mascots or logos, I would encourage you to delegate to me and the high school and the student body the responsibility to engage the wider community in this discussion about what would be a possible replacement. I think we have spoken with our students who've already put forward some ideas about how that might happen. And I think we want also to commit to a process that doesn't erase, but that educates on the use of the Sachem logo in the past. It has been something that is connected to some very good intentions by a lot of people and some very strong feelings. And I think we don't want to negate that. And so making sure that that gets incorporated is important. I also heard tonight that there were many residents of our community and graduates of our schools who felt that they were not educated well on Native cultures and peoples and history. And I think that this is certainly an area that Jen Alanema could speak to, because she has been working hard with the to revise the social studies curriculum in particular, but also this flows through other departments like the English department in terms of the text that they choose. And I don't know if Jen wants to just speak briefly to that as an acknowledgement that we have an obligation to our students to educate them widely so that they can make choices themselves about history and their own actions moving forward. So Jen, is there anything you want to speak to in relation to that issue?
Sure, I'll just be quick. I did hear a lot about educating, and, you know, clearly what we start at the elementary school, we all know takes many years to trickle up. So, you know, the current high schoolers wouldn't have experienced this, but, you know, over the last, although they certainly get lots of different perspectives by the time they're more in high school than what we've done around the elementary level previously. But we've been training, this is our 4th year, I believe, with Claudia Foxtree comes in and does an intensive institute every summer and works with us about how to shift our practices and our teaching around this, particularly around the Native American piece. And then also the new social studies frameworks that just came out were finalized within the last year, and our teachers are working on the curriculum. Especially for next year with our focused curriculum. And Claudia Foxtree or another expert in that arena will be working directly with the grade levels that teach a lot of the time periods that we've been discussing as part of their social studies frameworks. In addition to that, on a larger view, we've been doing a lot of work with teaching tolerance. Again, this may be it's at least our 4th year, if not 5th with them. It's a requirement of full day training, if not more, is a requirement of all of our new teachers as they go through the social emotional course. But in addition to that, many, many other of our teachers work with Claudia Foxtree. And actually earlier today, I was going through a lot of teacher units where they're embedding those standards around the anti-bias frameworks with teaching tolerance. So I just want to be, just kind of get the word out that we are working on this, the teaching of this. It takes a lot before you'll see all the effect all the way up through grade 12, because first we have to train our teachers, because we were all taught in this way as well. So first the adults need training before we can expect that they can implement change in the classroom, because we want them to do it correctly and to get it right, and to not just say, don't teach this anymore, but in fact give them new ways and different ways to make sure that we include all of the perspectives. And just the last note, as Judy indicated, we've been changing a lot of what we do around the curriculum, starting at K with our reading and writing, ELA all the way up through the high school, much more diverse, not only text to represent, as we've talked about before, our windows and mirrors with teaching tolerance, but also to teach our students about explicitly all the things that we've been working around about SEL. Again, being in units and overviews of what teachers are doing next year. Just this afternoon, amazing things around, you know, teaching perspective and that ability to have those respectful debates and to be able to share different points of view and to do that, you know, walk a mile in their shoes, as they say. So lots and lots and lots of work being done, and I've seen it in classrooms in action. We have a lot of room still to grow, but I just want to assure everyone is well aware of this and is trying to learn this just like all of us are, trying to learn this as quickly as we can so we can best help our students in this arena. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to open it up to the committee. If the committee have any comments, questions, anything they'd like to raise. I would like to point out that sometimes my screen is freezing, although I can still hear you. So if you raise your hand, I may not physically see it. So, but know that I can see a digitally raised hand. So if anybody on the committee would like to speak, either raise your hand or digitally raise it.
Lost my raise button. I can't find it. I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. I raised my hand.
Okay, now I can see you sometimes. I think the computer is sick of being on. Ms. Marchand, I see you hand raised, and now I see you moving as well.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Brian. I just want to talk about something that has bothered me this whole time. I want to speak to Greg Wynn and Pat Gill and some of the other people who have spoken. To me, this issue is really two issues. Number one is the logo that we have, the name that we have, and how it impacts our students and our Native American populations, etc. The other issue is that we have families who have identified with this logo for generations. And so I want to read just a quick statement. I humbly look past the symbol to the people identifying with it. Parents, students, athletes, musicians, and others have used this symbol to represent family, tradition, generational pride, and accomplishments. We will work hard to honor all of these values while at the same time acknowledging our part in the marginalization of and pain inflicted on others. Together, we will find a new path forward. Everyone has a voice in the process that is going to hopefully be passed tonight. I just wanted to reiterate that we all are coming from a good place, and there is a solution. I bring compassion and understanding at the same time that I bring my my social justice lens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marchant. Are other members of the committee have anything they'd like to say? Mr. Nixon? Again, I will apologize. Everybody's freezing a little bit every once in a while, but I still hear you very well. But I can see that you raised your hand, Mr. Nixon.
Thank you, Mr. Vanalia. I wish I could be as succinct as Ms. Marchant just was, so fair warning, I won't be. I wanted to, can you hear me okay, Brian, and committee members?
Yes, we can. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I wanted to begin tonight just by restating some of the remarks I made at our meeting last week, and then reflecting on what I heard tonight. But I was inspired. I'm going to start off with the words of Maya Angelou that I think apply to any elected official. People will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made them feel. So I want to begin tonight by acknowledging the sentiment we heard towards the end of the meeting from Mr. Hamilton, from Greg Wynn. Greg, you may have been the captain of the football team and the hockey team. You will always be my youngest daughter's hockey coach. Some good people who feel like they haven't been heard. I heard words like railroaded. I heard expressions like gaslighting. So this means a lot to me. I ran for this job because I want to do a good job and I want to represent the citizens of Winchester. And I respect all the opinions that I heard tonight very much. So I want to make just a few opening remarks. I have seen some emails that I think my colleagues received that suggest that the school committee is agents of the Network for Social Justice. I just want to be clear. I'm not a member of the network. I don't make donations to the network. I respect very much what the network is doing, and I always have, even when they were under another name. Early in this debate, I received quite a number of emails, as I assume my colleagues did, that I thought were very interesting. They all sort of favored change. But pretty quickly, as Yogi Berra would say, it was like deja vu all over again. I felt like I was reading the same letter. I saw familiar sentences, I saw familiar paragraphs, and then I came to understand that the network had perhaps made available on their website any number of resources on this topic. And so some well-meaning citizens were going there for information, and they were kind of culling that with their own personal thoughts, and they were communicating with us, and that's fine. And as Brian said at the opening of the meeting, I hope we all read them. I did. But what I want to just assure those who feel tonight may be underrepresented in this process, that for me, I saw a change in the communications pretty quickly. There was a pivot to what I can only describe as really authentic first-person narratives, sometimes with anecdotes. I saw emails from rising 8th graders and 9th graders that speak to their personal experience at McCall, what they're looking forward to at Winchester High School, what they're fearful of at Winchester High School. I got similar communications from current students, recent grads. I love that Nancy Schrock spoke with us at our meeting last week. She spoke about being a student at Winchester High School in the 1960s and putting up with Polish jokes. That's her personal anecdote. That's really meaningful to me. So for those who feel as though this has been somehow railroaded, that we are puppets in this, by an organization that's sort of putting out a lot of information. I want to recognize the network has been working hard. The network has a point of view that I understand and I respect. But for me personally, I think I did a good job of reading it all and discerning it all and listening to it all. And I have every expectation that my colleagues on the school committee have done the same. So I wanted to just begin, Brian, by I wanted to thank our distinguished guest tonight and the citizens of Winchester we heard from. As I said, I wanted to repeat some of my remarks from last week, but I wanted to reflect on and acknowledge what we've heard since. And I hope that I have a moment tonight when I close to share with you all the highlights of a phone call I received from Tucson, Arizona this afternoon. I was honored to get a call from Simon Donovan, and I hope to share with you some of his insight on this. It was terrific. So firstly, I do appreciate the volume of calls, the text messages, and the public comment on the subject. And I want to recognize again tonight the overwhelming support for change that I have received and that we've heard. And I especially appreciate the diverse spectrum of these voices, particularly the tremendous number of students, whether they're recent grads, current high school students, or rising freshmen. I was happy to hear from Anna Flaherty tonight. I hung on her every word at graduation of 2019. I was happy to hear from Shreya and Catherine Herlihy, Abby Norden and her sister Ada, and so many more. I enjoyed it very much, and it's all very authentic. But I also appreciate these voices and points of view from a completely different perspective. And I recognize that there are today, and there will continue to be, residents who support the Sachem or Sachem name and logo. So I want to offer this up, that as human beings, we naturally react to forms of expression, at least in part on a subjective and emotional level. Art installations, music, writing, and even acts of civil disobedience draw different reactions from us, often with sharp personal opinions. So for my part, I want to say tonight very clearly, if the Winchester High School Sachem name and logo brings to you a sense of disappointment or shame, as many have shared with us, including students, that's okay. I can respect that. If the Sachem name and logo brings a sense of pride and nostalgia, of teamwork, or of challenges met, I can respect that too. Different impressions are a reflection of our own unique points of view or experiences. And this is why I feel so strongly, and if I didn't make this clear last week, I want to do it tonight, that a protracted debate on whether the name of the mascot is racist or it honors Native Americans misses an even bigger point. And that is our appropriation on two counts is wrong. The names, images, and practices of Native Americans is not appropriate for us to appropriate. Our practice is a form of cultural appropriation. But interestingly, the logo itself, what we heard tonight from Grace Betancourt, created by Mr. Donovan in 1977, is also a form of artistic appropriation. Mr. Donovan spoke up some 5 years ago during the renovation of Winchester High School to protest that his image be used on the front of the building in the manner that it's used today. That's not how he created it, and he had a problem with it. He's also voiced concern for how his logo has been twisted, tweaked, molested over time, if you will, not just by the district, but various youth sports organizations. So that's an important point to me as someone with an architecture, art, and art history degree. So personal expression, artistic expression is important always. So should we vote tonight to no longer appropriate the Sachem name and logo, we have to recognize that this is a decision for present day and our future. And if we're silent on our past, then how should the name and logo be preserved? Should it be? And if so, how can it be? So tonight is an important moment. How will our sort of historical view of the Sachem name and logos and our decision making be memorialized for future generations? I don't have simple answers to this tonight, but I once again want to acknowledge the sentiment that we heard last week from a few community members, and I don't mean to embarrass him, but I feel like John Swan was just particularly succinct and clear on this point, that we should not erase this name and logo because it's a part of our history, if you will. So I've heard certainly over the past week from those who support the name and logo today that they wish that we would not change. A lot of questions and concern about, well, what does that mean if we abandon this? And many of those questions, frankly, are directed towards what does it mean for the current student achievements that we showcase in our trophy cases and student memorials and so forth. So I just want to be very clear about something, that if we should move forward and we say we're no longer going to appropriate, it is important that we develop a transition plan that contemplates some idea of preservation. We need to know what to do and how to do it. And I think it's, for me personally, Mr. Chairman, I think it's very important that that be an open conversation with our community, one that is perhaps more open than some feel this debate has been tonight. So for all the reasons I just articulated about appropriation, I feel strongly we need to make the change. But included in our packet at the meeting last week was some material from the administration that it was not really recommendations, but let's say sort of an outline of things that we might want to recognize, maybe things with budget impacts. We're talking about like the replacement of jerseys and uniforms and so forth. I believe there was a line item in there that included the relabeling of trophies. So I want to be very clear to the four of you tonight who are my peers on this committee. I do not want to spend a single tax dollar relabeling a trophy in the trophy case. Kate Fosberg called last week. She's a swimmer up at Bowdoin College. She was very modest. Yes, she was a swimmer in Winchester. She shattered state records in the pool. And I hope that years from now, other swimmers, young ladies, will stop by and see what Kate accomplished and maybe be inspired to beat her record. That's the connection that I'm looking for. And I would argue that spending $1 to relabel trophies goes towards this idea of erasing our history, which I'm very uncomfortable with, and I don't support. But I would also quickly say that $1 spent on relabeling trophies is $1 that can be spent on instructional coaches, more teachers, more supplies, developing an anti-racism curriculum, and so forth. So these are not issues that we're going to resolve tonight, but it is important that we don't forget that we have a conversation about how to acknowledge what I like to call sort of the legacy stuff that we have. A couple of other short points. Any action on the part of the school committee tonight to no longer appropriate is important to me for a couple of reasons. You heard from Grace Betancourt tonight. She read a letter from Mr. Donovan, who spoke of his effort in 1977 to create something that was, let's say, more appropriate. Some have even argued less racist than what we had before. I've seen that image that he sought to change in 1977. I only saw it 3 years ago. I was shocked, I was stunned, I was really, quite frankly, upset when I learned that this image was on the away jerseys, the travel jerseys of the Winchester girls varsity hockey team. And I couldn't understand why it was there. I'd never seen it before. So I reached out to a couple of parents and I said, when did this happen? And I want the committee and my community to know that the parents that I reached out to, because I'm a hockey dad, I reached out to a couple of parents and they all said the same thing. They said, gee, we're really bothered by it too, but our daughter just joined the team either this year or last year, and we didn't really want to speak up. It really makes us uncomfortable. So to Dr. Evans' point and others that have spoken up before, this has bubbled up over time and we've made some feeble attempts to address it. I was disappointed that it was on jerseys 3 years ago. I thought it went away in 1977. Any action on our part to no longer appropriate not only addresses the logo that we associate with today, kind of that contemporary stylized logo from 1977, but all its predecessors as well. So the last point I guess I want to make is the phone call I got from Tucson today, which I really appreciated. Mr. Donovan, I asked him on this issue of preservation, and in particular his original artwork. What are his thoughts? In 2017, you may remember he opined that perhaps the gym was the right place for his artwork to remain. So he's moved a little on this as well. He acknowledges we're in a different time and place. He said to me clearly that Native Americans should not be used as mascots, and that he defers to the school committee and the community in Winchester as to the disposition of his artwork, whether that's in somebody's garage or it's part of a retirement ceremony on the football field. He is open and flexible to whatever path that might take. So I appreciated that. And by the way, he also agrees that relabeling student trophies are sort of wiping out those sort of legacy elements, in his words, were silly. He said that, so I wanted to relay that. So I feel the same way. Last point on my call with Mr. Donovan is he was proud to attend Winchester High School. He actually went to Phillips Academy in Andover on a full scholarship to their Visual Arts Institute. And once he got a full ride to RISD, the Rhode Island School of Design, he actually decided to come back to Winchester so he could wrap up high school with the peers in his neighborhood. And it was shortly after he arrived that he was asked by a teacher to consider to come up with this piece, which is sort of the focus of our discussion tonight. So he appreciates that we're in a different time and place, but he is open to and welcome to participate should we ultimately choose to pick a new mascot or a new logo. We have an alum from the high school who is ready, willing, and able to participate, even if as a juror, which I think may be a great opportunity for him to sort of lend a hand for a logo 2.0, if you will, or whatever comes next. It's a long speech. Thank you, Brian, for giving me the time.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. I assure you when I speak, I will be less eloquent than you are and less brief than Ms. Marchant is, so somewhere in between. I see we have a raised hand from Ms. Bergstrom. If you'd like to speak.
Okay, I'm all set. And Brian, I'm going to echo what you just said. I hope to fall somewhere between Ms. Marchant and Mr. Nixon, and probably far less eloquent. And I would like to echo some of both of their thoughts. I think that anytime we talk about change, change is hard and change is uncomfortable, and that everybody would like to know what the path forward is as well. So I would like to just take a moment to echo some of what Mr. Nixon said and say that I have also heard from literally hundreds of residents on both sides of this issue in the last few weeks. I have taken many phone calls, texts, and I have diligently tried to answer every email that has hit my inbox, and have read all of them regardless of if I have been able to reply or not. And I have found the personal stories of our families in town on both sides, the long-held pride and dedication of those that have felt the what they believe is the honor of the sachem because of the strong community pride and teamwork that reflects the past of Winchester High School, I think needs to be honored. And I also would not expect to see any erasure of that at the high school going forward. Instead, I think that it speaks to an extraordinary opportunity for our kids at the high school to learn about how things change and how communities come together around change, and how we can grow together as a community. As an educator in the past, that never leaves me, and I always look at situations like these as an opportunity for education on both sides, how we learn to listen, how we learn to appreciate different people's opinions, and then how we find a path forward together. I would like to see us be able to both honor the achievements of past athletes like Patrick Gill and Kate Fosberg, while still making our high school a comfortable place for students like Grace and Kennedy Swan to be able to walk into and feel that same kind of pride. And so I know that the values that we share in the community are the same. So I think that it is important in this for us as adults to try to be leaders for our kids and try to model what kind of process we have going forward. And in that, I echo Dr. Evans' sentiments that we need to establish some kind of process and committee moving forward that people understand that if we take a vote to change the name and the logo and the mascot tonight, that this is not necessarily a change that is going to happen overnight either. That this will be a process of change where we will need to look at uniforms, we will need to look at the logo in the high school, we will need to look at how the kids talk to each other about the change as well and be able to model that for them as parents and community members. I also think that I can't overlook the overwhelming testimony that we have heard about how the logo that we have now is appropriation. Somebody who spoke tonight said, when you know better, you do better. So I think it's time for us as a community to try to do better by the Native students that we have in our own community, by the Native tribes here in Massachusetts, and that there is a time for everything, and this was the time for this discussion. It has been challenging, but I hope that we can all grow because of it.
Thank you, Ms. Bergstrom. Ms. Bolognese, do you have anything you'd like to add or anything you'd like to say at this time?
Sure. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Mr. Vernelli. I just wanted to say that I have appreciated everyone's comments, either spoken or written, however it has been communicated to us. Thank you very, very much. I've heard from both sides of the community, and I hear both sides of the community. I think that our symbol needs to unify our students and our community, and should be something that we can all be proud of presenting and representing. And I would say I look to our human rights statement, the Winchester Statement on Human Rights, and also our school, Winchester Public School mission statement, in terms of providing a nurturing environment for all of our students, for providing for their healthy social and emotional development. I'm paraphrasing. And also to our human rights statement that we are a community that is grounded in respect for every individual. I would like to see that all of our children feel pride in themselves and to learn to respect and empathize and value and see the value for all, regardless of their backgrounds. And I guess just in hearing the other committee members' comments, I agree. I would prefer not to see any erasure of trophies. I would like to acknowledge our history. I believe that this is a tremendous opportunity for education for all of us, and a chance for all of us to work together. And just to quote a proverb, if you change how you see, and then see how you change. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everything that everybody said. I pride myself as an engineer in process, and I'm proud that we allowed everyone to speak tonight who came here to speak. We did the same last Tuesday. We allowed everyone who raised their hand to be recognized and to speak. Everyone has had an opportunity to email us. I think it's important. I don't like when I hear people say, well, we didn't have a chance to speak. We've attempted to give everybody a way to be heard, and we listened to you all. We heard from alumni, we heard from parents, we heard from teachers, we heard from friends of ours, and sometimes we heard from all four at once. That would be alumni, parent, teachers who are our friends. And so how do we balance the needs of the alumni, the parents, the teachers, the friends, all four at once. I think that there's the fifth group that is where we have to fall, and that would be from the students that we heard from. The students that we heard from, and looking at the social emotional needs of our current students. And that, as an elected school committee member, is where I have to fall every time an issue like this comes. Last week, we heard from one current student in particular, Miss Grace Wagner, and something she said hit me, and it hit me for a couple of reasons. It hit me because I've known her for many, many, many years, and I had no idea she was Native American. And then I heard what she said and made me both embarrassed and somewhat ashamed that I might be responsible for not knowing that. She said, I'm quoting, "It's been the impact the mascot has had on my classmates' view of Native Americans has affected me directly. We are not taught Native American history in school, so our only exposure is the negative stereotype of a savage warrior that these mascots perpetuate. Because of this, when I'm told about my heritage, something that I am very proud of, I was met with people calling me Pocahontas and Sacagawea in the hallways and even in class. I'm embarrassed that I didn't stand up sooner to stand up for somebody like Miss Wagner, who I've known since she was 6 years old. And I'm sad that she had to, I hope she is still proud of her heritage. I hope she's not embarrassed of it in any way. And I hope that if we're looking at the social and emotional needs of our kids, we have to look at the social and emotional needs of each and every one of our kids. And that is the side I will come down on every single time an issue like this is decided. So I think that's what I want to finish with. Again, not as eloquent or as short as anyone else. Thank you very much. Dr. Evans, do you have anything you'd like to wrap up?
No, I think if anyone has any questions about any of the possible next steps or costs to replace uniforms or other things that might need replacing on a cycle, I'd be happy to answer that, or Ellen Whittemore can jump in. She's the one who worked directly with Margaria on that. I would say we have no intention, and I'm sorry if we misled you on the list. We have no intention of going in and changing individual trophies. Sometimes schools have things like large banners where you're adding year to year championships, and if any of those had symbols on them, we might consider getting new banners if you were to vote this way, and changing, the original notification of records and so forth. I think one of the speakers spoke eloquently to a large record board that needed to have a logo changed. So that's really what that referred to. Not any individual trophies that we might have received as a school. It's more kind of going forward, adding to or large displays that we might consider. But I think we would need to take each one as an individual decision about what was appropriate. And so I just want to since a couple of folks spoke about that, I just wanted to make it clear that wasn't our intention. Certainly we're looking to take our lead from the school committee as the representatives, the elected representatives, who are charged with watching out for the future of nearly 5,000 students, and making sure that our schools are as inclusive and respectful as possible. And so what we have deliberately tried to leave this to the elected officials to decide, rather than trying to do it internally. And so I await your decision, and happy to work very hard to implement a process that's fair and inclusive, and that ensures that we remember the past and prepare our students for the future.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Ms. Bergstrom, I see you have your hand raised.
Just one quick thing, Dr. Evans, could you just clarify something that I heard spoken a few times by some people who were here for public comment tonight, spoke about a cost to doing this at this time when we have so many other costs because of the pandemic that we're facing. Can you speak to which costs that are we have sort of as part of our process cycle of replacement on a regular basis, as well as which costs would be unique costs associated with this?
Sure. So the most obvious cost is uniform replacement. If we were to change the uniforms, we have been gradually moving away from the use of the symbol, as community members have expressed, as you know, Mr. Nixon spoke about, had expressed some discomfort with it. We have identified about $80,000 worth of uniforms that will eventually need to be replaced. We generally put aside 30 to 40,000 a year for uniform replacement anyway. And so how quickly we turn those over is, you know, I'm open for discussion about that. It's not something that has to come immediately. Not all the uniforms are going to be used this fall. And it's highly unlikely that we would have a process in place to have selected a replacement by then anyway. Some of the other surfaces are more painted surfaces in the high school, or some other, you know, sort of the padded backstops or those sorts of things, if those needed to be changed. Some of those larger costs, I believe there's a sachem painted on the floor of the gymnasium in the high school, or the word is painted. And that floor is in desperate need of replacement in any case. That's a fairly significant cost, and it's not in the budget, and it's not in the high school project budget. That floor was only designed for a certain number of years. It needs replacement. We're likely to have to fundraise for that in the next couple of years in any case. That's somewhere in the range of $300,000 to $500,000 to fully replace the floor, depending on if you change the configuration, depending on whether you have a wood insert or not, and so forth. So that's a cost that we'd have to bear anyway. So what I would say is the costs are fairly minimal. The logo in front of the school, which I was accused of accessing today, was not there, but that is something that was discussed at the time of installation. That is fairly easily removable and could be replaced with something else should the community decide, at not an extreme cost. And so I'm appreciative of the community members who've offered to assist, who have expertise in branding and you know, community engagement in deciding these things. I think tapping into their expertise could be really helpful. And you know, we've heard several times how eloquent our students were this evening to have a balanced and mature perspective on this. And I think much of this decision making should rest in the hands of our students. I think they're fully capable of engaging in this. And so, you know, this is going to take time. My advice would be to make a decision about whether or not we're going to continue to use Native American mascots and symbols, and then engage in a longer discussion about the appropriate process to address the other things that you talked about.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evans. Are there any more questions or comments that people would like to make? Seeing none, Ms. Marchant, last week you were asked to, by the committee, to prepare a motion. I'm asking if you are prepared tonight to make a motion on this topic.
Actually, in line with my comment, this is a two-part, it's two motions separated. And so should I read both motions so that the committee has an understanding of both before we vote on each, or how would you like to proceed?
I think that makes most sense if you would read both motions you're proposing, and then the committee as a whole will vote. We'll consider each motion individually, but then you're right, we'll have the context for both.
Okay, thank you. Motion number one is, I move that the Winchester Public Schools shall no longer appropriate names, images, or practices from American Indian / Alaska Native cultures or specific American Indian / Alaska Native tribes, including for any team name, logo, or mascot. Motion number two, I move that the superintendent of schools shall develop for school committee review a transition plan for a new Winchester High School logo and or mascot, including scope, costs, and timeline. The plan shall be inclusive of the school and parent community and honor the achievements of our students, both past and present.
Thank you very much. Did everybody catch the motions adequately? Would anybody care to second the motion number 1?
I'll second motion number 1.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on motion number 1?
I just want to maybe make a clarification if I can. So, there's obviously a lot of discussion on this issue around athletics because that's where we associate it a lot with athletics. But just to underscore Ms. Marchant's motion, it does say at the end, including for any team name, logo, or mascot. So I want to be clear that we're not limiting this to athletics. Our marching band has the Sachem name and logo on the uniform. We have student organizations and clubs that also use it. And so we have jurisdiction as a school committee over that as well. So it really is all inclusive. I just wanted to underscore that. That's how I understood it. Ms. Marchant should speak up if that's not right.
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. Moved and seconded. Is there any additional conversation about the motion? Ms. Bergstrom?
I just have a question about whether this would allow students to still wear Sachem logo wear in the high school, or if we would be asking them, or if that's part of the process we would develop.
Is this
So
a question for me?
I think that would be a question, a two-part question. A question regarding whether the motion says that. In my reading of the language, is it does not speak directly to anything a student would wear. It says the Winchester Public Schools shall. But I would ask Dr. Evans to clarify, based on that motion, how you would read that.
Sure. So, I have given some thought to this because I think one of the things that we care deeply about and have discussed in the past in relation to student attire is that the rules are pretty clear that if attire is disruptive, and in some cases, that includes drug and alcohol references, say on t-shirts, or attire that's too distracting for school, it's a judgment call on the part of the administration, but that in general, we want students to wear things that they're comfortable wearing and that are appropriate to wear in school. And if students choose to wear gear that has the mascot or logo on the gear, we have to be sure that we respect the rights of those students to wear that and that they don't get bullied by other students or judged by other students for what they're wearing, just like anyone else who wears attire that any individual might find objectionable. And so if attire is not disruptive, then it is allowed to be worn. And we need to protect the rights of all students to wear the things that they feel are most appropriate. But if they're going to wear a uniform that's representing the school, then we have control over what they wear, because uniforms are different than things people wear day to day. I fully recognize that a lot of people have a lot of gear, particularly from youth sports, and that they still might wear it. And what I would make a plea for is, during this transition period, for us not to rush to judgment on each other, and to be respectful and understanding during a transition period. We're not trying to erase the past. We're just trying to recognize that this is not the way we want to represent ourselves, and that things that are hurtful to individual students that are under our control, we should control them. And so it's going to be a delicate dance, I think, any community that's in transition, but it's not one that hasn't been choreographed in other places and managed very successfully. The state of Maine banished this for all schools, and they had many schools and colleges that had to change. And it's likely the legislature is going to do the same. And so stepping out a little bit ahead of that will allow us to start planning, I think.
So be patient, be kind.
Be patient and be kind, exactly.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Does that answer your question, Ms. Bergstrom?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions about the moved and seconded motion on the table? I would call for a vote, roll call vote. Mr. Nixon?
Aye.
Ms. Marchant? Ms. Bergstrom?
Aye.
Ms. Bolognese?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The vote is unanimous. That would move us to motion number 2. It was moved but not seconded. Would Would you like it reread, the motion, anyone?
I think that
Ms.
would be helpful, Mr. Chairman, just to reread it.
Ms. Marchant, would you be willing to reread second motion number 2?
I move that the superintendent of schools shall develop for school committee review a transition plan for a new Winchester High School logo and or mascot, including scope, costs, and timeline. The plan shall be inclusive of the school and parent community and honor the achievements of our students, both past and present.
I make a comment, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to second.
It's moved and seconded. Mr. Nixon, you have a comment?
So I would like to, that second sentence that Ms. Marchant read about that it needs to be inclusive of our community, that's not limited to those who favored change tonight. That just means it's inclusive of our community. And I think that it's going to be incredibly important that we have open ears and open minds, and we welcome the input from those for whom this image and this logo just means something very different. As I said in my remarks tonight, this is a very subjective thing that we inherently react somewhat emotionally to. I was disturbed that some people this evening wanted to label others racist. That's not where my head's at. So this is maybe an opportunity to come together with a plan that more people could be supportive of, and a thoughtful plan. And then last thought, I think Ms. Bergstrom was on this tack earlier in our discussion. This is a difficult time, as some community members mentioned during public comment, a time of great unknowns with our coronavirus response. I hang on the edge of my seat every day looking for additional state and federal aid to help us deal with what had been sort of unfunded mandates. So as much as I support change, I want to be sure we're thoughtful about it from a fiscal point of view. And so it would be very helpful for me to understand the cost implications along the way. And I would just encourage Dr. Evans, I would encourage you to really look far and wide, because the image and the name have really kind of seeped into the school culture in many ways beyond athletics. Want to be sure we don't miss anything.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Motion moved and seconded. Any further discussion on motion number 2? Roll call vote needed. Mr. Nixon?
Aye.
Ms. Marchant?
Aye.
Ms. Bergstrom?
Aye.
Ms. Bolognese?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The vote is unanimous. I want to thank everyone who came to speak tonight, who spoke last week, who have spoke for the last number of years on this issue. I'd like to thank everyone who emailed us. This is the beginning of a new process, a process of an inclusive name and logo for Winchester. And as Mr. Nixon said, I think it's appropriate that we invite everyone to the table as we move forward with this. Thank you all for a very engaging and thorough discussion with the community first and then us here. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you allowing me to let everyone who could speak. With that, unless there's any further comments, I would like to move on to the next item in the agenda, which is, just pulling it up, chair report. This will be the second meeting in a row where it's 10:40 at night, and I'm not going to make you listen to a chair report, but I promise you, you're going to be stuck with some epic chair reports in the coming weeks and months when we have meetings that end at 9 o'clock. So I will pass on a chair report, and I will let Dr. Evans keep us up late with the superintendent's report. Dr. Evans.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure. I have been hearing from a lot of parents, particularly elementary parents, as expected, who are quite concerned and on the spectrum from concerned, angry, dubious, accusatory about our return to school plan that will be presented to you on Tuesday. As you know, the leadership team and I have been working very long days, every single day since March, to try to formulate a plan both to have a robust remote learning option for students, as we did in the spring, but to bring students back as quickly and safely as possible. And so it is discouraging and disturbing to me that some parents are saying that we haven't expended enough creativity or effort to try to bring all of our students back. And I can assure you, as school committee members, that we are working night and day to try to formulate a plan that is both feasible, reasonable, and safe. This involves staying very close to all the medical research, the news coming out of other countries, the news coming out of schools that have returned, the very many advisories from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, contact with all the other local superintendents and consultation with the commissioner. And I have another call with the commissioner Thursday, tomorrow or Thursday. Every week we have a call as superintendents with the commissioner. And so I understand that parents want particularly K-5 students to come back to school more fully, and that the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education asked us to come up with 3 plans to investigate the feasibility of the 3 options. And they said that we needed to look very hard to see, is there a way if we were to keep students sitting very close together, 3 feet apart, in rows, all facing forward, wearing masks, and sitting at that assigned seat, to bring students back safely. And I diligently tried to assess whether we were able to do that. K-12. I walked every single elementary classroom with principals in every elementary school. We measured every room. We looked at available furniture. We looked at additional furniture that we might have to install. And when we looked at that model, it was evident that some rooms would not meet the minimum standards set by the state in terms of ability for students to move around the desk safely, to have exit and egress, and that some rooms were not, did not have windows that opened. They were internal spaces. Some were configured in ways where students could not all face the same way. And so we had very significant space constraints. So I think it would be natural to say, well, why don't you then just expand and use more spaces and separate the students into, use different spaces or ancillary spaces? And the answer to that is we have considered other spaces. Some folks have said, close down the high school, make it full remote, and move half of your elementary classrooms there. Or install tents at all your schools and put students in tents. Be creative. And so what I would say to you is, it's a resource issue, it's a space issue, and it's a staffing issue. I can talk about the difficulties at the high school, the impossibility of bringing all the students back and having them be 3 feet apart, even if we wanted to. At the elementary level, it is on paper possible to spread out, to use our gymnasium, for example, and put 3 or 4 classes side by side in the gymnasium and bring more students back. However, the 2 other factors that we have to consider, it's not just a space issue, it is a staffing issue, and it is a resource issue. So you're probably aware that the legislature has not yet passed our budget. So we don't even have a sense for whether we'll have the amount of money that the town has suggested we'll have to open our schools in the fall. At the very time when I've already identified $2 to $3 million in expenses that I know we're going to have to cover in transportation deficits, in food service deficits, in PPE, which is going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars, in additional staff members to cover teachers who can't be in. And so we don't even have that budget. And at the same time, I have a very experienced and skilled staff, but many of them fall in the high risk category and could not be in a room with 22 to 28 students for 6 hours a day who are 3 feet apart. They will have medical reasons why they can't do that. And the percentage of teachers who would have to stay home under that scenario is fairly high. And so even if we separated all of our students into groups that were smaller and we had available space or rented space, I would have to hire so many additional teachers, and they just are not available. We have 110 sections of elementary classrooms. If I had to hire 110 teachers, it wouldn't only be teachers, it would be aides as well and other folks. That would be a minimum cost of $6 million above our budget, which we don't have. And even if I could find $6 million, there are not 110 teachers out there ready and waiting to be hired. Most certified teachers in the state are already hired by other districts. So it's not a problem of not trying hard enough or not thinking outside the box. It's a problem that we're trying to address carefully and thoughtfully by bringing students back in 2 groups for 2 days of the week, and then on Wednesdays having the full class meet remotely together with the teacher. And then on the off days, having students engage in their special subjects or additional interactions with other teachers. The hybrid model in combination with some families choosing the remote model is the most complex to staff effectively and plan for effectively. It would be far easier to either be fully remote or to bring back students all in person if we could do that safely. And I would have adequate staffing to do that, and I could meet the minimum criteria so that people won't get sick. My biggest hope is that we're able to open our schools on a hybrid schedule for those who can, and a remote learning program for those who can't, and keep that going as long as possible without illness spreading, so that we don't have to shut down schools. If we started full remote, or if we had to go to full remote quickly because there was illness spread in the community, it would be very difficult to come back in person to meet the safety standards to do that. And so we are working really hard to make this happen. And parents, well-intentioned parents who really want their students back in school, I understand that, but the level of expectation and hostility around that I can't meet. This is, for superintendents and school committees, one of the most challenging time periods I've ever worked in 35 years in education. And we are working incredibly hard to try to make this work to the highest degree possible for as many people as possible. And so we ask for the community's patience, understanding, and wait for the plan to come out on Tuesday and give us your feedback. But it's not that we want to do it and that we won't, we just can't. And so that's where we stand, and I just wanted to be very transparent about that. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have, or we can wait until Tuesday when you can actually see what the sample hybrid schedules look like and how rigorous they are and how full the days will be for both the full remote and for the students who are in school partially and supported by their teachers for several days as well. So that's where we stand. I just wanted to make sure we were clear about that. It's not a matter of will or creativity. It's a matter of resources, staffing, and space, and safe distances for students to be from one another and for their teachers to be from them. So Brian, I don't know if you want to
Thank you, Dr. Evans. I appreciate that. Unless there's some really quick questions, because this is really not on the agenda, I will recognize Mr. Nixon, but they should not be, they should be of his short type of question.
They will be. So not really for discussion, but 3 requests or thoughts specifically. So we have been talking about the guidance for coming back to school in the sort of the K-12 frame, as we've heard from the commissioner. My understanding is that pre-K guidance would come from EEC. I know I reached out to Pam about this earlier today, and that the team is working hard to sort of understand and maybe frankly wait on that agency as well. So I do have a request, if can there be some information shared with us as much as possible even before the meeting, to the extent that Judy, you and your team and Pam and Sarah Casey get clarity on what pre-K guidance looks like. I'm really eager to know what that means, particularly as it affects the physical plant, since we're short on space. You've also communicated with the school committee something that's been in the news, which is DESE sort of rolling back the time on learning requirements, and some districts are choosing to postpone the start of school. I'm sure you have some thoughts on that. I do too. But if we were to change the start of school, that means we're voting a calendar change. So I would ask that you and the chair with Ms. Bolognese, maybe talk through the likelihood of that. And Brian, if the school calendar maybe should also be on the agenda for our next meeting, if we're going to make, good. I just want to be sure that that's, again, clear to the community because everybody's hungry for information. And then the last point I wanted to make, Dr. Evans, I think you said a moment ago, your goal would be to sort of stick with hybrid as long as possible to avoid going to distance learning. I might approach that from a different angle myself and say, I'd like us to have a hybrid for as long as we have to, with the goal being to get the kids back into school as soon as it's safe and appropriate. It would be helpful for me to understand more at our next meeting. What are the metrics that you're looking for that would be a trigger? So is that 7 days of no new infections in Massachusetts? Is it 7 days of no deaths? Is it an infection rate in Winchester? A little more clarity maybe about your sense of the, let's say, the autonomy or authority that you think you have from the commissioner for districts to be making these decisions, whether it's to go more inclusive with more school, more in-person learning, or for districts to make decisions to go more remote. That would be very helpful for me and I think for our parents. Thank you.
And whether the Department of Public Health will be weighing in on that as well.
100%, yes, yes, agreed.
Right, right. It's
Thank you,
primarily
Ms.
a staffing issue though, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon, Ms. Bergstrom. Dr. Evans, I believe those are all things that you can hopefully respond to and address in our next meeting, which is only a few short days away from today. It feels like it's practically tomorrow, but it's a week away. Dr. Evans, I'd like to personally and on behalf of everybody in Winchester, really, thank you for the hours and hours of work you and everyone at central office and all the teachers have been doing. I keep on saying this, I sound like a broken record, but I know how many hours you're working on this because I'm talking to you at various times of day, and I appreciate it, and we appreciate it, and the children of Winchester appreciate it. So thank you. It might seem like a thankless task, so if that's the case, I want to be among those who are thanking you. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you completed with your superintendent's report, I believe? Future agenda items, we have listed curriculum and professional development update, fiscal year 20 budget closeout, fiscal year 21 budget and grants update. We have a facilities update. I'm reading the wrong one. I'm reading a different one. We have, we have the return to school. We have the Morocco school facilities update, and we have a capital update. My apologies. I was reading a different list of future agenda items. So you got a sneak peek at what's coming up in the weeks and months beyond that. Our next meeting date, yes?
Sorry to interrupt you. I know that it won't be our next agenda item, but can we just keep the SACHM planning on as a future agenda item so it's just not lost?
Mm-hmm.
I think that makes sense.
I know there may be a couple of things before we are able to return to it because of what we have going on. But I think having it on there also is an ability to communicate to the committee that there is continued ongoing thinking and planning around it, and that we haven't just taken this vote and set it aside permanently.
I think that's a good point.
And Brian, I had one item to add, which is the Parkhurst utilization for the 21-22 school year.
Okay, so I would suspect that would fall under capital update, but if you're proposing that be a different topic, we can add that as a future agenda item as well.
I feel like it's a little different only because I think Dr. Evans really is the one who needs to kind of come forward and say, you know, it's this or it's that, maybe it's preschool, maybe it's something else. And then once we hear from Dr. Evans, then I think some other feet can fall and we can start looking at like what the capital needs are for Parkhurst. But before we get to talking about the capital needs, we need to have sort of the bigger idea about utilization.
Okay, understood. So we will add that as a future agenda item as well at some point. Any other future agenda items that people would like to include? So for our next meeting dates, we have a meeting August 4th at 9:30 a.m. We have a meeting, a tentatively scheduled meeting on August 6th at 11 a.m. The intent of that meeting is only to hold it if there are questions that come out of the August 4th meeting that cannot be addressed at the August 4th meeting prior to the submission of our detailed plan document. So if we are able to cover everything on the August 4th, we will not hold the August 6th meeting. The August 6th meeting will have no other agenda items other than to finish that if that is still left open. It will be a short meeting because of everybody's calendars, but we want to make sure we had it scheduled. August 18th at 6 p.m., September 2nd at 6 p.m., and September 15th at 6 p.m. Ms. Bergstrom, I see your hand raised, but you're muted.
I'm sorry, I don't want to drag this out any longer, but can I just ask about the August 4th meeting? I know that it's at 9:30 a.m. It may be a long meeting, but it may also be a meeting that parents who work are going to be especially interested in attending. And I'm wondering how the committee feels about that being a morning meeting versus an evening meeting.
Does anybody, I have to look at my calendar personally. Does anybody have an opinion on the timing of that meeting? It's our custom to switch between morning and evenings in our regularly scheduled meetings. That one would be a morning, the following would be an evening. I've found that members of the public are equally split whether a morning evening or meeting or an evening meeting is difficult, but if people have strong opinions and time in their calendar, it certainly could be flexed, so to speak. However, we would have to do that very quickly so we could have it properly noticed in time for the town clerk. Yes, Mr. Nixon.
I would just offer, I'm locked in now on the 4th for that being a morning meeting, given other afternoon and evening obligations. And I appreciate the request from Ms. Bergstrom. Given how many people are working from home, maybe this is a meeting where they can have it playing on one laptop, but muted on another while they're multitasking and getting work done. And I don't mean to be glib about that. I know not everybody can do that, but I'm jammed up now on the 4th. I mean, really from 1 o'clock on.
Okay.
I'm going to have to be creative if we run past 1, but I will.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. So we will stick with 9:30 a.m. because I think it's a meeting that's important that we have our full membership at, not a subset. So if there's nothing further, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call vote, Mr. Nixon, Ms.
Aye.
Marchant, Ms. Bergstrom, Ms. Bolognese, chair votes aye. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much for staying till 11:08 with us. Take care.
Thank you.